Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, everybody. Welcome on in. Everyone's doing well today. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? Kind of a impromptu, just kind of hangout stream today. I've been, yeah. So Saturday, hey, Reprinted, how's it going, Pete? So Saturday, we jumped off stream a little bit early, um, kind of sort of fast, because I was going to a birthday party with Evil Diesel for one of our buddies that was turning 40 and wound up being out there a lot later than I was anticipating, playing tabletop games, stuff like that. Uh, he's our DM. Um, and so came back and then Sunday went and did a little bit of things Sunday as well down there, starting to paint some miniatures and stuff. Came home, sat downstairs and started working on some of the parts here. Um, so let me, I've kind of brought everything else back up here. So let me switch over to the bench real fast and kind of show you where we're at. Hey, there's a singer. Um, and here's all the other parts. I think yeah, I'm zoomed in a bit there. There we go. So here's a lot of the other parts sitting here. Um, what I've done is I've taken this piece, which is the motor housing, and I've done what I can to get in here with some isopropyl alcohol and stuff and just clean out as much of the carbon junk out of here as possible. Now there's still some carbon stuff in here. I'm not wanting to take this and throw it in the sink, throw some Dawn dish soap or anything like that. I am noticing that there is still maybe a little pocket of grease in here and there, but for the most part, I've gotten in there and tried to dig out all of the grease that I can. Once again, without taking this, fully submerging it in water and Dawn dish soap and all of that type of stuff. I should be good with the housing here, but I don't, once again, I don't want to take a chance if I don't have to and mess up this lacquer paint. Um, at least on this, if I did, I could probably get it repainted. However, um, it may not match everything else. So we're doing what we can, um, wiping it down, cleaning everything that we can with, excuse me, sewing machine oil. Um, the motor coils itself, I did kind of wipe this down as much as I could with some IPA and then lightly oiled it because once again, I don't want it to rust. Um, these are the brush holders that have a very tenuous grasp there, but I'm trying not to mess with these wires. These wires, interestingly enough, the leads were just twisted together and then wrapped with um, electrical tape. And that electrical tape over time turned into this kind of chunky, yeah, it, this is nasty. My plan is going to be to snip these off so I can get down into some better wire. Um, I believe this is called an underwriter's knot. No, it's not. This is just the two wires twisted together, which means I don't know how this motor would ever run because it's tying both coils together. Um, and they're supposed to be two separate wires. So this is exactly how it was with this twist. Now, if there was insulation on this wire, it might make sense. But twisting the two wires over each other, and these are bare strands of wire, and then just twisting the wire together with new lead wire and wrapping it with electrical tape. Yeah, I'm not sure how this ran because you basically tied both coils together. don't get it. But yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to snip these a little bit shorter. I'm going to twist and solder wires to both sides of this, put some shrink wrap on, and make sure that it's nice and shrunk down so that there can't be any electrical shorts or conductivity between them. These parts here, this is the part of the bobbin parts that go in down here at the front of the motor. This is that front spring that goes on the front shaft here. Let me see if I can move some things around here and get the machine spun around at least a little bit. Okay, so something just fell down on the ground. That's not good. Got too much stuff here on the table where I'm at right now. That's some shinies. We'll get to shinies in a minute. What did I drop down here? The foot. So here's the front of the machine with the two bars that go up and down as the motor spins. This one has the needle. Therefore, this would be the needle going in and out. You'll notice this plate over here is sliding sideways to sideways as the bobbin wheel continues to turn. So this is basically making the loop. Needle comes down through the loop, picks it up, so forth. This is the foot holder here. This is the side that has the spring on it, and it's going to ride up and down using that spring. This rod, I've seen it outside of the machine, which means this rod should be able to come out of this. There's a set screw in the front here. I have not been able to get this to break free and be able to move out. What I did was, with it kept in the machine, I took some 1000 grit sandpaper, very fine stuff, wrapped it around, and just did let me see how much of this I can get sanded down. Once I did that, to be able to get rid of some of the grit that I had in there, I used some IPA, wiped it down with IPA, and then went back and wiped it down with some sewing machine oil to give it some lubricity to keep it from any surface rust. Everything down here, I've just been taking IPA and trying to clean up as much as I can. I don't know how much more of this I can disassemble. I can obviously disassemble this piece right here. But the mechanism is moving perfectly fine. So I don't want to tear that down right now, right? Everything is working as it should. So I don't want to take any more of this front end down if I don't have to. Now the parts that are sitting right down here on the paper towel, minus this, these parts were cleaned some in IPA, and then they were put in some evaporust. And I was seeing what I thought was a little bit of rust possibly on the springs. So this spring is now nice and clean. The spring goes right down over the top of this rod here. This piece right here was all gunked and nasty. We had it sitting in IPA. I brushed the threads, brushed a little bit of the top to get the majority of the deposits off, put it in evaporust, let it sit there for about an hour, take it out, rinse it off, and hit it with the buffing wheel on a Dremel, just a little bit on the top, and that is good to go. There is a washer that goes at the top of this. What do I do with said washer? Ruh-roh. 1 second. Where's the washer? Where's the washer? It's up here on the table, so I'll find it again. Not there. Lower stuff, lower stuff, lower stuff. Okay. There, that. Ah, nope. Uh-oh. Darn it. Where'd that washer go? Oh. This is the main worm gear. We had it sitting in some IPA for a while. I took it out of the IPA and it looked like there was some gunk still down in here. So once again, I took the brush and went with the grooves and got all that cleaned out, which was just dried up old grease. So this will be ready to go back into the motor when we assemble it. Um, parts, parts. This plate we need to do some cleanup on, and it looks like I still have to do some more buffing or cleaning on this. But this is the piece that goes along the front, and it's got your stitch count or the length of your stitches, I think. So that's what this will be, is the length of the stitches, and that's the bar that goes into the front that listen. Oops, that'll be the shiny bar right here that can go up and down. This is setting the length of your stitches. And you'll notice that you're seeing this plate down here move side to side as I lift this up and down. So some of this we're going to start putting back on the machine. Less things that I could lose along the way. Kept the broken Bakelite. There was 3D printing involved to get these brush holders out. Somebody out on Thingiverse devised this little poker. What this poker is used for is these brush holders come up through these channels and come up here. You take this, put it in the top, tappy, tappy, tappy until it pushes through, and now it's popped out, and you can take this out and go clean it up and try and get as much of the deposits and stuff out of there as possible. Okay. Most of this stuff, after I took it off out of the evaporust, I did put a light coating of oil on it to keep things from starting to re-rust and surface rust like this piece here has started. So I'm going to have to go and throw that back in the evaporust, and I may just pour oil on that later on to try and keep it from rusting up again. This was the needle that was in it. It's in great shape. I did learn that there is yes. So on this top part of the needle, it's a D shaft, right? So the flat side of the needle, when you put the needle in the holder, your needle plate, which goes in here, there's a flat side and a round side. Same thing, just like your needle itself. So the flat side faces the flat side edge. I was like, wow, there we go. Pretty neat little keying methodology there. Now, this is the original plate that came on the machine, right? I'm not going to try and polish this up any. I mean, it's got usage scratches and stuff like that. I just wiped it down, cleaned it up. Same thing with any oil that was on the back from trying to oil down the machine. There are 0 markings on here. I have seen plates that do have markings on here. I'm not sure. I'm not a sewer, so I don't know what those markings are for. I did see a replacement plate that had said marking, so I did order it. This will go on the machine. The others will be spares, or if the next person using the machine in the family is looking for those marks, we'll have a plate. This is a quick, easy swap out. 2 screws, lift the plate up, so forth. So we'll be putting this back in place. The needle goes in here. The foot piece slips in right there. And there's a screw that goes in through it. If I could actually hold it in place, there'll be a set screw that goes through there. Said thumb screw, once again, polished up a little bit. All of the front pieces, I posted the before and afters of this. This still amazes me. And I'm looking at it and I keep catching parts of the light and saying it could be made even shinier. But the fact that this is a 70-year-old plate and as crusted as this side was, there's a picture of this side plate just like this with all the gunk on it. And the fact that I have gotten it polished and this shiny is amazing to me. And all of this shined up. This I thought had surface rust all over it. I never took this tensioner off. I was sort of afraid to because there's like 4 different springs up in here. And so I did all the rubbing and buffing. Started off by hand, and you could possibly, well, if I can get a right angle, you could possibly tell that the tensioner didn't come off because this area right here, just in front of my finger, is still kind of dingy. But wiped it down with a lot of IPA and cotton swabs, just dipping in IPA and let's go. And then we used some Mother's mag and aluminum polish. Okay. It's paste polish. Kind of stinks. Not stinks. I mean, it's got a smell to it. Q-tip, dab it on there, right? And I started with just buffing it by hand with cotton balls and stuff. And what I was realizing was, and once again, if I hit the light just right, you can still tell that it's got some dinge to it. You got the shiny, shiny stripes, and in the middle of the shiny, shiny stripes, it's like 3 or 4 smaller cut stripes, right? And so that's where I'm having a hard time getting into, is getting those shined up really well. But once again, it's a 70-year-old machine. I could do it, but when you use metal polish, you're taking off material. Okay? Taking off material. Yes, I could still work on this. Dabbing, polish on, letting it sit for a little bit to do its thing, taking the Dremel with a buffing wheel and just going down into the grooves and just I can use a toothbrush on it, but once again I'm just trying to be careful. And once again, preventative restoration or preservative restoration, there's going to be parts of this machine that are no longer shiny. So if I make this brand new mint condition showroom shiny, does that work with the rest of the machine? Or does it look like, oh, he bought replacement parts, right? This is the hand wheel that goes on the end cap. And the fact that I've got it that shiny, like that shiny, with the way that it looked, I'm fat, dumb, and happy. Yes, there are still scratches and mar marks on it, right? But that's called 70 years of use. Once again, I got schooled a little bit. This is not Mrs. Dragon's grandmother. This is Mrs. Dragon and Eagle the Dragon's great grandmother. This is their mom's grandmother's machine. She was a professional seamstress in this machine started in West Virginia. They moved to Florida. Um, when she died in 1969, it stayed with Mrs. Dragon's mom and moved to Colorado with them and moved around in the Denver, Colorado area for years, right? In the house, in storage. We brought this back out of storage. So there is history. Like I said, she was a professional seamstress. And Mrs. Dragon's mom is going to work on doing a write up for this so that we can add it to the manuals that I bought and leave it with the machine. So as it moves with family down the generations, they've got the history of how this machine came about and who used it. And the simple fact that, once again, these machines, so based on the serial number, this is a December 1949, probably January 1950, right in that time range, based on the issuance of the serial numbers and how quickly they were pumping these things out. When you're going through 50 serial numbers or just the Model 15 series in 4 months, you're pumping out what, over 1,100 of these a month out of all the factories that Singer had around the world. And the simple fact that 1949, 1950, this was an electrical. It had a motor. That's not a retrofit. This came from the factory with a motor. So this is not your standard mom and pop sewing sewing a dress here or there. She was a professional seamstress. She did this stuff for a living. And she did this stuff for a living to the point where she had a little bit of money to afford the electric one at her own house. And I knew if I sat down, drank a little bit of coffee, I would find what I'm looking for. That was what I was looking for. A little washer. Right. This washer was at the top here. It went on top of the spring and goes around the rod here. Make sure that it's at the top of the spring, around the rod. Yes and yes. Drop that back down there. Now, what I'm going to do is just add a couple of drops of oil in here. Just to help as the top of this starts working up and down in these metal housings. And we'll take this. This is obviously some type of tensioning mechanism. It was screwed all the way down, like all the threads gone. So that's a lot of thread. But it's basically pre-tensioning the spring here. And like I said, if I could get the arm out, I could really clean up the arm. I could get this piece out, really work on cleaning this up. But it's internal to the machine. It would be eye candy that you might be able to see through the slot at a specific angle. And the mechanism works already. If the mechanism wasn't working, I would definitely go through and do a lot of penetrating oil and stuff to try and get that solved. Also, I'm going to say same thing on this side. I have seen these rods outside of the machine. This rod comes through here. I don't see a set screw, which is weird. I see a screw up here that joins this linkage up, right? Kind of looks like a rotating piston like you'd see on a train wheel, right? You've got this rod, which seems to be a standard rod, and it looks like there might be like an oil wick at the top. Because this is constantly going up and down, up and down, up and down, my assumption is there's an oil wick in here and you're oiling it. I'm gonna have to check this part out and find some information on it and know what to do with that. But everything is moving nicely. I don't want to mess with things that are working, if that makes sense. Hey, cruising girl, how's it going? Um, so yeah, the simple fact that I was able to get this to break free and we were able to get this cleaned up. We got the spring out. We let it sit in a little bit of IPA. Then we tossed it into some evaporust. And we got that all cleaned out. This piece right here, this is exactly what you're seeing happen. That is the movement. There is like a set screw here that holds in this pin. I tried to knock this pin out from behind, and I was afraid that I was going to have to really start whacking on it. Once again, I've seen pictures of this and this outside the machine, so I know this pin can come out, that it's not like driven through and then peened from the backside, because that would make no sense as to why there's a set screw here coming in from the side. I just don't want to sit here and start wailing on this because I have something here and I'm whacking on it right near the back side of this. And if I happen to hit this the wrong way and break this or crack it, I'm going to cry. So I'm not doing that. This mechanism is working. I cleaned what I could with IPA. I'm going to put a little bit of, a couple of drops of oil back here because this is a moving mechanism, and we're going to call it done. Once again, this is not a seized up machine, so there's no need to fully strip it down if we don't need to, right? We just want it to continue to work for another 75 years. Now, I'm probably still going to continue to try and do some cleaning back up here because it feels a little like it needs some love. This wheel, look how shiny that is. I mean, you can still see some like drops or stains on it. Literally what I've done, sat the wheel down, take my oil, drizzle it right around the top edge, and just let it run down to the center and just let it sit there for a while. Come back with a cotton ball and just kind of polish on it, shine on it, polish on it, flip the cotton ball over, and just keep going. If you're pulling stuff off, it's still working. So that's all I've been doing here is, once again, taking my standard sewing machine oil, and I'm just going to put a bead around the edge. We'll let it sit there and just do its thing. This front bobbin edge here will have, I'm assuming this is like the bobbin carriage. Once again, this I wiped down with a Q-tip and IPA. I was seeing a little bit of rust and wear on this front pin that the bobbin rides in. Whoops, sorry. So into the evaporust it goes, and it came out looking beautiful. Once again, there's no sense in going through and trying to polish or shine this up. It's buried down here in the machine. It's not going to be visible. So I will need to figure out how all of these parts, I'm going to have to watch again, because you've got, this piece, and this is a spring tensioner, and we'll have this piece, which I did polish up just because I had the polish out and it was sitting there. Right, so I'm gonna have to look at my video again on how I took this all apart to make sure that I put it in there right and that it's working. Um, got caught in ad prison. Hey, Life in Pain, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you. So the history on this machine is this is my wife's great grandmother's machine based on the serial number that we have back here. The batch of serial numbers were issued in December of 1949 for the Model 15 series. The next batch that was issued wasn't until, I believe it was March of 1950, just based on the number, how close it is in that range. I'm thinking this is either a December 49 or January 1950 machine. It still works. It kind of had a stink to it, but that is just, we found out over this last weekend that the machine has basically been closed up and in storage, either within the home, but it hasn't been used since her great grandmother died in 1969. So it hasn't been running. Yes, it does have an electric motor. It has not been running, and it has not been used since 1969. But everything functioned. I could take the hand wheel that was on the back and look at the front here. Everything is spinning and doing its thing, right? It has not run under its own power. I did take everything off. I've been trying to clean. The base, I have a question out to a group that does restorations on these machines to figure out, is this worn on gunk and this is still the clear lacquer that's all nice and good? Or is this the clear lacquer that's gotten yellowed up and crackly and this is the bare black lacquer? I don't know. I just don't know. So I'm asking the question because I don't want to strip off the remaining decals that are still left on it. I know a lot of the decal up here is gone, but that's from use, right? We did dress up some of the parts as I drop one. Some of the shiny parts I did try and dress up. They are not perfect, right? If you look at some of these, you can still see some tarnish, especially down in the thinner striped grooves, right? But I'm trying not to, like, I could spend a lot of time coming in here with a brush and, soft bristle toothbrush, really trying to get in there and clean. But once again, 75 years old, if this is showroom new Gleamy sitting on the side of this machine, which, let me spin this around, has obvious signs of wear from where the decal all across the front has been worn down. We've got a bunch of scrapage up here on the neck. Let me pull you guys in some. So you can see what I'm talking about here, where you've got nice and shiny, and then you've got this kind of grungy stuff back here. I'm not sure if this is the lacquered clear coat that is yellowed with age. I have no idea if great grandma was a smoker or anybody in the house was a heavy smoker. This could be a lot of nicotine deposits. I just don't know, right? And I don't want to damage the finish. Now, the other piece that I was talking about was this area right here, right? You see a lot of damage up in here. So there was a piece of cloth that was wrapped around the neck here with a couple of bobby pins holding it wrapped around the neck. Old school seamstresses, they would do that, and as they were sewing, they were pulling the pins out and sticking them up here. So these are scratch marks through the lacquer because this is being used as a makeshift pincushion, right? So I don't want to remove things like that. That's the character and the usage of this machine. Yes, I could tear everything off, clean it back and strip it back to bare metal and re-lacquer it. But that to me is a full restoration. Um, and this is a family heirloom. It was used. I don't want a full restoration on a family heirloom, right? Am going to put this back on there. I think I can do everything. You know what? Actually, I won't. I'll leave this off until I get the bottom workings put back in. And like I said, I'm just going to have to refresh my memory on the way everything goes in to the front, whoops, into the front bobbin area down here. Sorry, guys. I've got a bunch of different bits and bobs that go in here. I just need to make sure I put them in the right order. But motor, yes. Here's the motor coils. So the coils are on each side. These are to the brushes. And then this would be the wire that was coming out to the leads. I don't know how this was running because these are separate coils. They're supposed to be, charge one coil, then the next. These wires, bare, just like you saw them, were twisted, right? And then they had the leads. And each one of the leads, the wires were just twisted together and then wrapped with electrical tape. And I don't know if this has ever run because I didn't have the wall plug side. I bought a new wall plug and I was like, I'm not even attempting to run this motor until I redo the wiring. And I'm glad I did because I have no idea how this wiring done like this would ever work. Because you've basically just tied both coils together, which means both coils would be electrified at the same time. So I don't know how that spins a magnetic stator, right? I don't know how this is going to spin with an electromagnetic motor if both are being charged at the same time. And by the way, this is very similar, minus the brushes, of how our stepper motors in 3D printing work, right? Yeah, it seems like this would exactly short out. So I'm going to do the right thing based on everything that I've watched. I am going to probably cut these wires back some to about here. I'm going to solder new lead wires on. I'll twist new wires around this wire. We'll solder it all up. We'll put heat shrink all the way down as far as we can to make sure that there's no shorts. And we'll work on putting this motor back together. So what I was saying on our hand wheel here, so I just put machine oil all the way around the edge. That's what you're seeing here is the machine oil sitting on there. Now I take a cotton ball, and I'm basically polishing it with a cotton ball and machine oil. And I'm still getting gunk off, right? Not a lot, but I'm still getting some gunk off. But you can see that wheel is shining up nicely. We're buffing things in. It's got a little sheen of oil on it. We'll continue to work that off over time. And then normally what I do is take the same thing and just start doing the back side of the wheel. I could go put some fresh oil on this, but as you can see, I'm still pulling more and more stuff off of this. This is just a take your time, go gently, because this is a 75-year-old lacquer paint job, and you don't want to damage it, because if you damage it, your only option is going to be then doing a full resto, and that kind of is that, yeah. So it's 120 coming in, and it's 120 going all the way through. So you're asking if this is a DC motor. Here's the actual motor plate from the motor, right? So it's a 110 to 120 volt, half amp, 25 to 75 cycles, AC and DC motor. Made in Elizabethport, New Jersey, in the USA. And I will say the motor was made in Elizabethport. That does not mean that the whole machine was done in Elizabethport, but the motor was in Elizabeth. Yeah, I've done what I can to clean out the threads. There was some grease up here in the threads. These are the threads that hold it on to the back of the machine. This is going to be the gear that goes in the back of the machine. When we're reassembling, we will add some fresh grease to that. I still need to take the bobbin rewinder off and clean this stuff up here. I did order a couple of new parts. I think I've decided to still use the old Bakelite receptacle for the power. I did order a new one. I think it's going to take about a week to get here. Those Bakelite parts like that are like $36. Let me bring you guys back out here. Yeah, so some of those Bakelite parts, like the power receptacle in the back that we're going to wire the motor and the lamp to, are not that inexpensive. And there's like the lamp. I know that the lamp shade itself is cracked, right? I found one on eBay that is not cracked. You can see that there is a definitive crack there. I found one on eBay that is not cracked. And it's the whole assembly, and it's like 40 bucks for the light assembly. But it's vintage. You can find replacement ones that have a separate plug into the wall, and they're all one piece, which is not period right. The other thing is you can faintly see on here Singer. That decal is completely gone. I think the one I was seeing on eBay does have the Singer on it. And I think I'm going to go ahead and just pull the trigger and get that. There's a part of me that was like, this is the crack, blah, blah, blah. This crack isn't going to do anything, but it's not going to get any better either. So I think I want to buy the other one, and I will just replace this piece off the other one and keep all the other parts in case something else goes wrong and we need to replace something. But we've got the light shade in here that just really needs to be washed. I mean, that is a thick. This is glass, folks. This is thick, right? So we need to just go through and do a good washing on this. Get that cleaned up. The reflector, that is actually rust on it. So this may just go into the evaporust for a little bit and it'll do its own thing. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to start working on the motor here. I'll take this and just sit it up here so it's out of the way. This can go back in there. I'm going to have to rewire the light as well. That's why the light was taken apart. And then, yeah, I think I'm just going to get dirty working on that motor. Like I said, I am just impressed that I was able to get things like this shiny. And in talking to my mother-in-law, she's like, I don't think I've ever seen these parts this shiny. She's like, I've never seen parts of the sewing machine shiny. And I was like, well, hey, that's cool. And like I said, in good 3D printing channel fashion, we were able to 3D print a tool that helped us get um, these are the holders for the brushes. You 3D print this and you use this to push it out so you don't damage these because these are very tenuously soldered on there. Let me take this and just go put it in some soapy water. This I need to move out of the way so I can start working on this. And let me just move this here to the table because I'm going to want to sit down to work on the other stuff. And I think I left the new wire downstairs, folks. So bear with me. I'm going to walk downstairs, drop this in the little jar of evaporust. Wash that later. And I'm going to go grab that wire. So I will be right back. And I need to drop this screw back in the evaporust because I didn't get a little bit of sewing machine oil on it quickly enough. And I've got some surface rust going on it. Any of your screws that are rusting, or any parts that are rusting, you definitely need to you know, do some evaporust or emery cloth or something. But once you show that bare metal, you've got to protect it real fast. So, put a little bit of sewing machine oil on it and rub it on there. Make sure it's got a little bit of coating on there. Hey, 3D Medic Vince, how's it going? And I think I've got the old wire in here. This is the old brush I was using for my machines to clean nozzles. I just need to make sure that it never goes there again because this now has grease in it. But this is the old machine wire. Right. Once again, this is the connections. You can see very, very tenuous connections there. Whoops. Right. These are the connections to basically the machine socket inlet. This was the side to the motor. Once again, look at all the black carbon scoring on there. These wires were simply twisted to the leads on the motor core and then electrical taped together. Now they were fairly tightly twisted and wound. I did have to work to get them off, but there was no solder joints or anything like that. And this part of the wire is pretty, I mean, it feels almost like straight wire, where this part was outside the motor housing, and it's very much like standard wire that we were expecting to see. Right? And the reason I got this out is just to try and look at the length. Now I got some new wire. This is an 18 gauge two conductor wire. Supposed to be an SPT1 jacket size, because if you get too long of a jacket or too thick of a jacket on this cable, it won't fit through the grommet. Hey, 3D Medic Vince, welcome on in. Now, I did not realize that this is going to be green wire. It's not going to bother me. I will ask Mrs. Dragon and her mom and brother, and if they go, nope, needs to be black, then I will be like, okay, I will put heat shrink over it, the whole wire. And I'm just trying to figure out about the right length here, maybe go a little bit more. I'll snip this off so that we can work on this. Now, here's one thing to remember with these singers as well. It was a 2-pin plug, meaning neutral and live. There is no ground on this. There is no ground on this. So I am going to do the one side over here. I'm not going to do the other side per se because that would require me to have um, some ring terminals, and my ring terminals don't come in until I think Wednesday. So I'm just going to pull this apart some to give me some wire to work with. We're going to strip back a decent amount, probably about an inch. Once again, this is 18 gauge, so there we go. Go ahead and twist these strands together so they don't start going everywhere. Oop. Storage cans over here. This and throw this away. And we'll bench test this before we get like greasing everything, because I don't want to go through and grease everything and then find out that the motor's not working and we have to chase something down. I did just watch a video by Bob Fowler and may have found some things out that'll help us keep from getting any gotchas. Like I said, I'm going to strip this back a ways, or not strip it, but cut it back. This wire, it feels like it's aluminum wire. It's old, right? This is 75-year-old wire. And most likely what I'm going to wind up doing is just separating this into two. It'll make it easier down the way to put some heat shrink on it. And we're going to take this wire, we're going to twist this as well. I'm going to make it a nice strand. And we're going to take our old wire and we're going to wrap it around. And I might wind up doing, yeah, I think I'm going to strip some more of this wire just to make sure that I can get 2 or 3 good twists in here. You know, I've got a little bit of extra length here. I did cut it a little bit extra for a reason, so that we can get some good strands and get a good electrical connection here. But we basically want to take this and wrap it around the existing wire several times. And then we will solder that connection together. We'll heat shrink over the top of it and make sure that we've got good electrical connectivity. So there we are, just like that. We'll get the soldering iron set up here and get this soldered up. Solder. One of the times where I want to use a heavy duty solder, but we'll go with what we've got. We'll go with what we got as soon as we get a power supply for this. Hey, Bearded Printer. Hey, 3D Make Vents. Nick, how's it going? Who doesn't need a lot sewing machine? Well, hey, I'm kind of surprised at the number of people that were interested in this project. You know, I am a 3D printing channel, and to have so many people interested in a sewing machine project is kind of weird. Like I said, we did print out a tool that we used for this project. So we technically have some 3D printing stuff. We've got some 3D printers in the background, so we're good. I am going to crank this up past 300. I'm going to bring us up to around 350 when I go to do this. Again, we're dealing with 18 gauge wire, and we've got it nicely wrapped up here. Let me see if I can bring you guys in here doing this. Okay, so we've got old wire, new wire. The new wire is wrapped tightly around the old wire. And I'm just going to come in here, apply heat. This would probably work out even better if I had a different tip rather than just this small tip like I normally use for my 3D printing project. But we're going to try and get as much heat as we can in here. And get this solder to flow. Want to get it all the way through these wires. We don't want a surface coating here. We want it all the way through these wires. God, even the old wires stink. Whew. We've got a lot of solder on there. Got it wicked around to both sides. It's a good solid connection. And we'll be able to put a heat shrink tube over that and cover that up nicely. Let me go ahead and I'm going to take just a little bit more off of this other wire. Once again, if we've got any excess, we can always trim it back off or just cover it up with heat shrink. Finger so many, yeah, that would, yeah, no. It doesn't need a, oh, Internet of Things, gotcha. Yeah, I'm sure somebody does have a AI powered sewing machine at this point. Um, the like I know the brothers and stuff do have a lot of crazy features and so many different types of stitches that you can do with them and this, that, and you can do pretty much all of that here. You just have to know what you're doing and have the right attachment to do the right stitch you're trying to do. All right, so I'm going to try and fold this out of the way. And once again, we're going to add heat and just pile in some solder. We've got the iron up to 350. Okay, that looks fairly good there. I'm going to move this out of my way because if you been to my stream enough, you know me enough, I will burn myself if I do not get it out of the way as quickly as I can. You grew up around sewing and sometimes would even make a, yeah. So both of my parents, sew. My parents are a little bit older. So a couple of things that we're going to do before we get going. I'm going to trim off a little bit of the end here. And we're going to do some checks before, because I don't know if this motor has ever worked in its life. Okay? I have no idea if this motor has ever worked in its life, because when it came to me, when I got this machine, it did not have the wall plug with it. Okay? So I can't tell you if the motor was ever blown or not. So we're going to do some testing here on the bench. And I kind of wish I had like an 8-foot bench, but if I had an 8-foot bench, I'd have 8 feet worth of crap on the bench too. So we're going to do that. Put a clip on one end. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to test the motor coils. I want to see, how our motor coils are doing. And I believe I want ohms. So we just soldered this up. So I'm going to check for continuity by just putting my, I've got one side of the wire and I'm going to the bare side of the other side of the wire, if that makes sense. And it's jumping all over the place just because there's continuity. Okay. And I believe this is the other side. So if I put my thing here, I'm getting an ohm reading. .8 ohms. Okay. I go to the other side, I get open. So I've got 12.8 ohms here to here. I don't think it's supposed to be that high. So once again, I should have 0, like I should have an OL for open, which I do. I could probably set this over here where you guys can see what I'm doing. And if I do this one, which is connected, we should get a reading, and that's 12.1. I saw a lot less on the one on the YouTube video I was watching. I believe his name was Rob Fowler. It was a like 1 point something, not 12.1. Hopefully these windings are good and this motor itself is not toasted. Once again, I'll go back to the other side. I've got that one clamped on. When I go to the far side or the other coil, there's nothing, it's OL. I click on to this brush holder. We got, come on now, settle down some. 12.8. So the big thing here is the numbers are close, right? If they were way off, then there's definitely an issue if the numbers were way completely off, right? So that's one test that we can do before we even get close to putting power to this. Put that there, put this here, that off, these back on, put this away. So that tells me that electrically the motor is good end to end, and the wires I just put on have connectivity all the way through to the brush housings. The motor or the I'm not sure the terms here, so I'm just going to say this should be good. I cleaned this up. I did do some emery cloth on the larger sides, and then on this side, I wiped it down as best I could with IPA, and then hit it with the buffing wheel some. I've seen it a lot shinier, but this to me feels like there's a lacquer coating over the top of these. So I don't want to take these down to bare metal. And once again, this bare metal, I have put oil on it, so it's not straight bare metal to the air where it's going to start rusting again. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start putting the motor together. And once again, I got as much of the gunk and crud and garbage out of here as I possibly could. Yes, there's still some crud in here and there, but I got as much of the carbon buildup and deposits out of here that I could without taking this into the sink and doping it in like Dawn dish soap and trying to clean it and using brushes and everything. Um, this little well down here was a lot of fun because this is the well that the worm gear goes into. And we're going to wind up packing these with um, grease wicks and packing all of these with grease. So that's how the motor itself is going to get greased up. And I just noticed there's still some gunk in here. And by gunk, that is the old grease. Come on, focus. That's the old grease that was. I'm going to say that it's done its job, and it's time for some new grease. Um, so me because I thought there's a little bit left on the. I'm just really trying to get as much of the old grease gunk out as I can because it makes no sense to leave it in there. And put new grease in with it because it's just old and new. Not really the best. Okay. So this part's done. We are going to need to put some heat shrink tubing over this. To make sure that we don't short that motor out because we really don't want to do that again. I'm pretty sure it was shorted out beforehand. Or at least I don't see any way how it would have run. I think this is going to be. I don't have to get. And I'm going to try and push this all the way down to where it hits that coil. These are wrapped and it looks like a fabric wrap. And then, yeah, and then I don't know if they were lacquered or something. I don't know. Might be a little bit bigger around the end of thing. You can. Oh, gonna have to go for a little bit thicker on that one. Can't tell if this is thicker or not, but we'll see. We might get a verbal appearance by Mrs. Dragon here. Back into that. Probably going to be bringing some Dunkin' coffee up. Dragon Den. All the way, there we go. That'll work. Get all the way down in there. Okay, so we want that heat shrink down as far as we can get it. There's no chance of shorting out between the wires. Pretty sure they weren't supposed, like tying these together like this now. Okay, that's called strain relief. What we had before was not strain relief. That was called crossing the streams, crossing the wires. So we'll just shrink this down, making sure that I push it down at the bottom and shrink from the bottom up. All right. And once again, we did check for continuity before we did the heat shrink, just to make sure. So we do have continuity down each one of the wire leads, and that one might have just been bad testing, just barely pulled any off. So we tested continuity between the wire and the brush holders, which means the brushes are going to be able to hold in there very well. Hello, Mrs. Dragon. How are you doing? You can just set that one over, put it over there on the piece. Coffee. Yep. Awesome. Thank you. Oh, you might want to let your brother know that I'm streaming. Yep. Okay, so actually we'll put this on the corner of the desk here and we'll move the polish that we use to polish up our parts out of the way. So now that we've got this done, what I might do, wait, comes out this side. So I'm going to try and might bring these two over and put a zip tie right there just to provide a little bit of love to them, or we'll do one big long heat shrink over the top of the. That'll help hold these two together. They're out of the way, not going to crimp onto each other, cause us a problem. So I think that's what we'll do is we'll put a longer heat shrink there. I think somewhere I have a really long bit of heat shrink. But for now, we'll just take one of these. This should work. Bring that all the way down. We'll heat shrink that right there, and that will basically make this a double wire stack. Once again, push it down to the bottom and start shrinking from the bottom up. There we go. Now we are going to use a grommet in here. I did buy a new grommet. Find that. Because there wasn't a grommet there before. And I figured it'd be a good idea to have a grommet since part of the gunk that's in there now is either where the old grommet melted or and the old wire started melting because it was somebody had wired it up definitely incorrectly. Yeah, some of the gunk I'm seeing here is actually not carbon, but the insulation that had been melted off the wire. And there was some of that insulation on the back side of the sewing machine itself. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell, like right there, that's where like rubber and insulation had melted onto the outer edge of this. I'm going to be very careful here for the top of the paint and see if I can just knock off what may be there. Once again, I don't want to take off the paint because I have no real viable way to repair said paint. Trying to get any carbon deposits and insulation that was coming off of there. And we'll just take our grommet and do the grommety thing. I'm just trying to shove it in there. That's right. New grommet sitting in there. Kind of deformed it because it's full there. It makes me wonder if it goes the other way with the way it's sitting on the inside. Kind of makes me wonder if it goes in like this, where this part is on the inside and this is on the outside. Because it probably could go in either way. Let's see. There's, if I do it the other way, where I've got it coming in through the lighting. Where's my phone? My lighting sucks. Sorry about that. Okay. So here's if I bring it in through this side with the big flat surface, it still deforms a little bit. And this is what we're getting on the outside. You guys tell me, do you think we should put it in this way or the other way? Hey, Eagle the Dragon, how's it going? I think either way this works well, and it works a lot better than how it was regardless. At least here we've got a grommet in place, and I think this works better. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our new wires here and we're going to feed it through the grommet hole. And we'll just start bringing this through. And we're going to need to get our brush holders in place. Now, one thing that I want to do before we get this in place, since we've got brand new brushes, is once again a little bit of, we'll call it preventative checking, okay? Because I watched the guy, once again, I think it's Bob Fowler, go through and wire everything up, plug it into the wall or the outlet, and it did nothing. And what it wound up being is one of the brushes was hanging in the holder. So these are going to have to go through the holders, and they should be able to do just like that, where it comes all the way through and pushes through with zero resistance. So that one's going to be good. The other side, I'm going to check that one. And that one is hanging a bit, and it's hanging a bit because of this tab. This tab is bent and is in the way. This tab should be down like this so that this uh, brush should be able to go all the way through like that. If it's not going through, if this tab is bent up, it's not going to be able to get through this hole. So that was a good catch there. Our wire is going to be coming through here. So based on our wires and the way things were shoved, I think this one's going down. Okay. That one's going down there, which means this one's going to come up here. And I'm trying to strategically angle these. There we go. That one's now all the way in. I'm strategically angling these so the wires are going to an outside edge. Go. And that one's fully seated in there. So now we're going to be bringing our coils back down together, pulling that wire through, making sure our coils are pushed in on either side so that this piece is going to sit flush. And now you're going to look in there and you're going to say, well, hey, what is going on there? Looks like there's a bunch of wires and stuff are going to be in the way. So we need to take these wires and push them under and out of the way, kind of the way they were before. So the wire is kind of looping down, around, and coming back. And that means that the tabs for our rotors, or for our brushes, are kind of pushed at a 90-degree angle to the side. Let me get a little bit of light in here and show you what I'm talking about. Light angle. There we go. So you see how the wire for a, darn it, come on, okay. The wire for the brush comes down halfway, folds over, then comes over, and the brush connection for the brush holder is going to the side. Same thing on the other one. That means that we have access to that center hole and there's going to be nothing in the way, because once again, coming from each side here is going to be a brush, and then that center hole there is what our shaft's going to ride through. And before we put in our center shaft, there is a washer that goes down on there. And in our little tin with our motor parts is that washer. I'm going to stick this washer on there. I'm going to hold this up, and this is going to go right in through there. Now, you'll notice it's going to come through this hole right here, and we need to get our gear in place. So our gear here, we've got set screws, and the set screws need to be on the far edge here. So we can either try and get our rod right there, try and dump this down in place and line everything up, or we can get our gear down in here. Why is my gear not going down in there? It is clean. Everything is clean. There we go. And if we're having a problem getting this lined up, well, what we can do is take one of our screwdrivers, pop it in through the end, and that'll help us line this gear up in the, line the gear up to the shaft. There we go. This oil back in there so it's in the right place again. And basically work our shaft down in there. And it might be that we just need to undo our set screws a little bit more to pop this down in there. Because remember, things are a little bit dry now. We've cleaned everything out. There we go. Now our stator and commutator are in there. It's moving. You can see that our gear is moving a little bit, even though it's not fully set down with a set screw. Now, when you go ahead and lock this in, we'll need one long screw, and our plate. This is the top side of the motor. So I want to make sure that my plate's on the top side. So the top side of the motor, this will be the bobbin piece. This will be the top side. So if you ever take the cover off, you want to be able to see what kind of motor it is from the get-go. We'll go ahead and get this in there. Line that up and start tightening one side down. Do the other side. Okay, so there's our motor reassembled. We've got our wires coming out the end. Now, the trick that I learned is, you see how this has a cut edge? That lines up to the flat edge for the set screws. So we're going to line this up so that our flat edge is going to kind of be right here, so that we can spin our gear around and line up one of the flat edges, or one of the set screws, to a flat edge. And now we can tighten down one of the set screws. Definitely be a lot easier done. Okay, so there's one. We'll roll this around to the other one. And we'll tighten this set screw down. Both those set screws. So now when I turn the end piece here, you see our gear motor, our worm drive spinning. Everything is spinning freely. So that's good. We'll have a end cap that'll go in here. No, that was I think that one was one of the shiny ones. That one. Or was it not? Um, thumb wheel, and a thumb wheel. One, no, that one no. I thought it was that other one. Thumb wheel. No, no. Yeah, it was that other one. Oh, you know what? But you want to bet that I'll try this one more time. If this isn't it, it's probably the one that I had to take back down. And yeah, it's the one I took back downstairs and put in the whatchamacallit, the evaporust. That would be why I can't find it. Okay, so lights on. Let's turn the light off. Getting our hands all gunked up again. Um, we're going to put in our brushes from the top. So the brush goes in. And we'll need our Bakelite brush cap motors. So the brush goes in with the spring up at the top. You will put on your Bakelite motor or your Bakelite screw and screw that down. Use the appropriate screwdriver, which in this case is a flathead screwdriver. And you don't want to ugga-dugga these down because remember, these are plastic and they will break. We know this because we broke that one. I wonder because I do have one on order. It will be in a few more days. I wonder if I can get enough tension on this one. Because what I want to try and do is test the motor. This one does not look or feel like it is properly on there. Gingerly take this back off. And we'll, again, the spring should sit right in the top of that cap. Okay, that's better. That's fully down in there and seated. Both sides. This is just done by hand. I should be able to just put what I'll do is if I can't get it started by hand, I'll put a screwdriver right there, a little bit of tappy tap. It'll start knocking it around and I'll be able to get that off. Now we've got the motor here. We've got our gear drive in and cinched down. What I can do is if I apply 12 volts to the end here, I should be able to, or excuse me, I need 120 volts. I need 120 volts to the ends. And I don't have a plug. So I really don't have a way of bench testing this unless I go get just a standard two-prong plug. I can go get a two-prong plug that you can take open and make your own plug. And I can strip the wires enough that I can put curlicues and screw it down. I can plug this motor in and we can bench test this motor right now without doing anything else. And as long as it spins, we're good. And then it's safe to go ahead and put the grease wicks with their springs in here and their clamps and then pack these full of grease and then put the grease wicks on there. We'd be able to mount this back onto the end of the sewing machine. Once again, putting in our two big bolts. And then we can add some additional grease in there. And we'll be able to close this up knowing that this motor is good before we go any further. Because remember, when we go to do the fake light plug at the back, we're also going to need to add in our light, and we're going to have to rewire our light switch as well because the wiring to that light switch was crunchy. So we did check continuity wise and ohmage wise that everything should be good there. I think what I'll have to do now is run out to the store and get a 120 outlet. Because I don't think I have, the only other option I have is, well, stick it into, I can stick the wires directly into the socket. I don't necessarily want to do that. I'd much rather have an outlet plug, and I don't have a spare one. Yeah, we'll have to hold on that for now. We can. I don't have the number 8 to do this side. Means I'd have to wrap wires to basically plug this into the socket. So we can do that. I'm just thinking through ways that I can electrically test this motor out before we pack it all up and then find out, whoop, no, that's not working. Once again, there's a part that was cleaned and not properly oiled, so I'll probably want to wipe this down with some Evaporust, clean that up again, put a little bit of machine oil on it, and then we can install that. The motor cover, I don't want to close up the motor until, one, I want to clean this, but two, I don't want to close that up until we verify that it spins and works right. If I can help it. These are the grease wicks for the underside of the, or the clamps that hold in the grease wicks at the underside of the motor. We'll need to reassemble the front edge here. Those are the two that go on the inside. Dang, I kind of almost feel like I'm at a stopping point, but not at a stopping point either. I feel like there are so many more things that we can do, because I don't want to mount this up until I get to the grease wicks, because the grease wicks are up underneath. So you don't want to mount this up without the grease wicks on it. We can, I do it the old Bakelite socket. So here's one thing that we can do. We've got the old Bakelite socket here. For testing purposes, I can strip these back some more and we can U-shape them. We don't need to have the foot pedal and we don't need to have the light for this. What I'll do when I get the ring terminals is I'll just trim this down shorter and put the ring terminals on them. And what I do need to remember is which order these go on here to do that test. And do they, oh, well, wait, no. Because the outlet I have has the foot pedal in line, we're going to have to clean the foot pedal, wire up the foot pedal. Then we can wire up this to this, because the foot pedal is going to be one of the connecting terminals on this side. So one of these goes to 3, one goes here. The light goes to 1 and the center post. And then the foot pedal is wired in on this side of the things. And that's what's going to do that side. So let me wipe this down inside just a little bit to get some of the gunk and crud off the Bakelite in here. I'm just trying to figure out a way that I can bench test this in a safe manner. That's clean. We'll be putting the terminals on this. The other side does that. The light switch is the other neutral, this, or neutral, hot, hot. So one will go into the neutral, one will go into the hot. Okay. Loop. I need to strip even more of these to make this valid loop. Hey, Sandoval Christian, how's it going? And there is a way without a ring terminal that you can do this. Basically, you're basically going to make a ring with your wire and then solder it in that manner. I kind of don't like that. What I'm going to do is make a hook, put said hook on said terminal. Your hook always goes around to the right. That way, as you are tightening your terminal, it is tightening to said wire. And I need, well, once again, the proper way to do this would be to have my ring terminals on here. I don't have the appropriate ring terminals. They're inbound. It's just going to be a couple of days before they get here. So that goes there. This one will go over on the one next to it, which will be the 3. The 1 and the middle would be used for the light. Once again, 1 and 3 are hot or live. The center 2 is the neutrals. Just be aware of that. This is a 2-prong plug. There is no hey, thanks for the follow, Wolfman2. There is no ground plug on this. This is just a 2-wire plug. And I'm not going to be plugging the light in right now. I'm just going to screw this terminal down on it. Safety reasons. I don't want to have a bare terminal sitting here that's got 120 going to it. So we do things like that. That way we'll be able to put the plug in there. A couple of these things other places so I can move the motor up. And I need to get the foot pedal, which is right here. And we're going to be rewiring the foot pedal because once again, the wire was snipped and semi-crunchy, and yeah, I've got new wire. So to take the foot pedal off, there's 4 screws. Luckily, we have the 4 feet in here. If not, you can get those. Those are readily available multiple places. Use one that fits and is set for remove and not tighten. Sit down, folks. I'm doing good. How are you doing, Sandoval? We are working on a Singer sewing machine. This is yeah, you are the earth. Exactly, Chewy. We're working on this Singer sewing machine. This is a preservation, not a full resto. This is a preservation restoration. So what we're trying to do is clean it as best we can, bring it back into working order, but we're preserving the aesthetics because this is Mrs. Dragon and Eagle the Dragon's great grandmother. So, or yeah, great grandmother. So their mom's grandmother's sewing machine. And the story that we got the other night from mom was that her grandmother was a professional seamstress. This was her personal machine. She bought this, once again, based on the serial number. It was manufactured December 49 to, so anywhere between December 49 and probably um, words on stream. December 49, January 1950. So as we pop this up, um, we want to be careful that we're getting our wire with us, and we're just kind of leveraging this, back to front. There we go. We'll flip this over, and this is not bad. Very much not bad. A couple of them that I've seen online have had like spider nest all up in here and everything. This is really good. So this machine was used by great grandma, and she was a professional seamstress. It was, I believe, purchased in West Virginia and made the trip down to Florida when grandma's side of the family moved down to Florida. Grandma passed in '69, and the machine was pretty much, I mean, it's in its cabinet. It wasn't a standalone machine with an enclosure. It was physically mounted in a furniture cabinet. And it was, well, it just wasn't used anymore. It was just there. And so what we're doing in cleaning here, and once again, this is a Bakelite plastic. So I'm trying to keep the paint and finish good. And so I'm just putting a little bit of sewing machine oil on this. We'll grab a cotton ball, and I'm just going to take the cotton ball with some of that machine or sewing machine oil, and we're going to kind of work on cleaning this up. Now this is plastic. I don't think it's painted lacquer or anything like that. I think it's just black Bakelite. But we don't want to use a bunch of harsh abrasives on here. Remember, this is back in the day. This is a 75-year-old machine, and we're just trying to show some love to it, revive it, bring it back. We're already getting junk off of it just with a light coat, a few drops of sewing machine oil. We're getting all the lint and dust off of it. And that's all we're really trying to do is just clean this up. I do not want to damage any of the original paint. If I do, then it becomes a full restoration, and we lose the history and character of the machine in doing that. Once again, this is a family heirloom, not a like a museum piece. If this was a machine that I just went and picked up on the side of the road, or at a auction or something, might be a little bit different. Like, I know that there are places where you can get the decals and you can redo all the decals. That just was never the plan here. So we're just cleaning things up. If you have brushes, and I did get a brush kit, you can come in here and just dust it off with a brush. Do not use any cleaners on this, especially things like this. This is ceramic. Do not want to bust this. Anco 192140. I don't know if you can, I'm pretty sure you can probably get these, but the new pedals are slightly different design. And I kind of like these because the way this is designed, one, this button only goes in one way. And then two, this mounts in the side of the cabinet like this. And there's a lever that you can swing out from underneath the cabinet, and you can lever action this foot pedal with it sitting in the cabinet. And you're just using your right knee to trigger the rheostat here to run the machine. So very cool design, and want to leave it that way. We don't want to, damage things. We don't want to have to replace things that we don't need to. There are some things from a safety perspective, like we're rewiring it safety-wise. The insulation on the old wires, Crunchy is a is a nice thing to call them. Just gonna lightly wipe this stuff off. Once again, I'm just using sewing machine oil. Maybe give it a little bit of rub down. There's a little bit of dirt and grime that gets in these things over time. I mean, just a tad bit. Hey, Lily, how's it going? Welcome on in. Okay. And once again, this button will drop in here only one way. It only goes in one way. And it's going to make sure that it lines up perfectly with our mechanism here. Right, we're going to make sure that that mechanism is working great. And we're going to go ahead and take this crunchy wire off. And you'll see when I undo these screws, I'm not going to take them out all the way. It was just bare wire. I didn't put any fittings on it. It's just bare wire, right? And as I can say, this was right at the edge of the piece, and you can see how that wire is just crunchy and falling apart. So we didn't want to use any of this old wire. We're going to just throw that away. And we got fresh new wire for this job. We got a fresh new wire for this job. And that new wire, which once again is black, and of course the other wire I got was green, which was great. Didn't realize it was green. Didn't say anything about the color being anything in the when I bought it. So in our cable, right, this is our 3-pin that's going to connect into this 3-pin. Going to go just like that. There we go. The one side, 2-prong, goes to the wall. The other side, 2-fork connector. And these are going to come in here and go to our cables down here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to split this apart a bit so that we can get them in there. And you can see very, very nicely crimped terminals, right? And you've got a flat side and an upside. We're going to take the flat side and put it down here. And these connectors have like a little forked edge to them. So we're going to take these wires, get it up underneath there, and so it lines up with that forked edge. And that's going to keep everything nice and tight when we tighten these down. And it's not going to be able to twist out or anything like that. Now, you can see that that's still not that tight. So I want to tighten this up. You want to be careful that you don't over tighten and crack or break this ceramic. That's kind of as tight as that gets. And you can see that there's movement. I think that is actually how it was meant. But I have seen people take and add a like lock washer underneath here. So if I have issues trying to run the pedal, we'll open this back up. It's like what, 30 seconds? And we'll add some lock washers underneath here. But as it stands, it's captured. It's not going to be able to come all the way out. It's not going to be able to twist out from underneath there. Right? Okay, so that one feels like it's actually a little bit tighter. This one is still somewhat loose. See if I can. Okay, that's a lot better. That's not moving. Corner back on. And we're going to go ahead and put this back in there. Once again, we need to lead with the plunger side first. So take this, flip it over, lead with the plunger side first, making sure that our plastic or our rubber feet are there. Make sure to get our wire lined up over here and just slowly work the clamshell down in there. Okay. There we go. And make sure we don't crimp the wire there. Okay. Go ahead and put in our 4 screws again, and then we'll be able to plug this in knowing that we've got a good brand new electrical connections. And we'll see if that motor runs. Probably don't need to put all 4 of these in. I'll put all 4 of these in and wind up having to take all 4 of them back out. But why not? If I don't put them all 4 in, then it'll work right, and I'll have to take it all, and I'll have to still come back and do. Oh well. Put all 4 in. Now, I'm 98% sure that I did wire this to the right terminals. If not, it probably just won't work because I just need to take this one and put it over there. But we're going to plug this in. It should not start because the button's not being pushed. But I will plug this in. Okay. And if everything works, as I push this button down, our motor should start turning, and you'll see the worm gear in here move. And you see that the motor itself just moved, right? So we've got movement. We have a working motor. We have a working motor. We got everything in there. Nothing's damaged. I am feeling some heat through there, so I am going to disconnect that. We validated that it's good. We've got fork terminals here. We've got a good connection there. I want to get the right fittings on this end, but we're working. So I am disconnected. So we are disconnected. And I'm going to undo these terminals. Really don't need to undo that one. And I mean, this is how they were done originally. I don't like that. So we are going to, I do have new copper washers for everything to put in here on this side, but everything is plugged in and we've got movement on our motor, which means our brushes are good. Yeah. So we did a little bit of wipe down cleanup on this. We've got it properly wired in, so our foot pedal now works. So as we do more stuff to it, we'll be good to go. Hey, I bet you we're going to wind up using some grease here today. Because we can get in and do our grease wicks now. We still need to get the end plate or the end bolt over here. It's downstairs in some uh, whatchamacallit, and evaporust. But we're good here. We can actually go ahead and put the shroud on here. I keep saying I'm going to wipe this down. I really don't think there's a reason to wipe the inside down, but we can. We'll a little bit of love. So just a couple of drops of sewing machine oil. That's all we've been using primarily to clean this is sewing machine oil, especially on all of the um, deck surfaces and the casting has just been sewing machine oil. Um, Eagle the Dragon and Mom. I do have a question into a online forum to determine if this is excess gunk or if this is actually most likely the clear coat finish that is on it that just needs that is going to have to stay there, right? Because I don't want to take the clear coat off. But I did take some good pictures of these at an obtuse angle so that you can see what I'm talking about. And I can get an indication of what that might be and how best to work on it from a vintage restoring place. So I'm just going to take my cotton ball and we've got some oil in here. We're just going to do like we've done before. Use that oil to wipe down the inside. It's, imagine that, filled with carbon dust. Is this the backside of the motor where you've got the brushes going on that armature and it's going to basically your brushes are a wear item and the brushes are what's providing the other loop of the connectivity back between the two coils, right? The two coils are getting hot power and the brushes, I believe, are what's bringing the neutral back or vice versa. So, again, we're just wiping it down. We can keep wiping too. I mean, that's the thing with the machine oil. It's a very lightweight oil, and the more you wipe, the more you're going to be able to get off of the surface as it breaks things down. That's why that's all we've been using on the outside of the machine has been cotton balls, Q-tips, and sewing machine oil. We don't want to use a harsh chemical because it could break down the clear coat and the lacquer. But sewing machine oil, there's one other thing that I did see that people said was a good substitute you could use. But you really don't want to use any harsh abrasives. I guess somebody did say that you could use, oh, not acetone, but kerosene. That should not impact the lacquer on these, but yep. And just like that, we get a shiny new interior, fairly shiny outside that's now getting gunked up with my finger. So we'll wipe this back down once we get it done. We're going to need our 2 tiny screws. In fact, I'm going to have to wipe my hands off now. I've got light grease all over everything and well, darn it. What's the drop count for today? Let's add 1 to it. Okay, let's put that on that side because this has a lot of carbon dust on it. What we're going to do is we're going to take our 2 tiny little screws here. We're just going to get them started, 1 on each side. It'll be easier to get them started before we put the housing on. Get those started. Housing will slide right over the top. Bada bing, bada boom. And then we'll just tighten these down. There we go. There's our motor housing, cleaned up, rewired. We can go and get some more long heat shrink and we can cover this whole bit up here. We can do the same thing on the other light if we don't want the green wire showing. There are the two different lengths. No big deal. We'll cut them to the same size when we go to do the final wiring. This is a little bit longer than it needs to be to get there. The next step up will be some solder wick, or not solder wicks. Here's our three little brass or copper screws that we'll use when we redo that fitting. 3 new Bakelite caps, because I was pretty sure that these were going to be completely trashed out, though they're in great condition. We're just missing some of the washers. I did order a new one of these just because these terminal pins were so gunked up with some corrosion, and I didn't think I was going to be able to get in there to clean them up with a brush or anything. But obviously they still work even in a corroded condition. What kind of brushes do I use? The brushes are the standard ones for the machine. I have no idea. They're a carbon style brush with a spring built into the back end of them. The springs providing tension to push them into the I think the stator's the big piece. The smaller piece is, I cannot remember the name of it. But they get pushed into the smaller piece, not the big heavy mass that's at the back. It'll be the smaller piece, and it gets pushed into there, and that's basically what makes the conduction. Yeah, kerosene would smell at the house, definitely. So these are the solder wicks, right? Solder wicks. There will be a couple of small springs, and if I remember right, I bent one all to bejesus when I took it out. They'll look like this, and basically you're going to take your wick and you're going to screw your spring onto the end of it. It'll be past the spring, and we're going to take those. We're going to get grease on the bottom of these, or on these wicks, and then we're going to shove them down in here. We'll put in the retainer clips that are going to hold the springs in place, and then we're going to pack these with more grease. Okay, and I say this is what we're going to do, or that's the kind of language I'm using, because I don't have both of these springs. I would only be able to do one right now, and I kind of want to clean my hands up before I start playing with grease and shoving grease up in here. Oh yeah, this machine has lots of time on it. Like I said, this was in use for about 20 years by Mrs. Dragon's great grandmother, and she was a professional seamstress. That's what she did for a living. And you know, you figure this machine was purchased in 1949, 1950 is when it was made. So probably in the early 50s it was purchased, and it was electric motor. So that means most likely professional, used a lot, and well, I'll just say could afford it because of the electric nature of it, which means you're spending for the electricity and everything. A lot of, remember back in the early 50s, not everybody had electric and not everybody was using the electric stuff, right? Into the commutator. There you go. Thanks, Rob C. Commutator on the armature, which is the long spinning shaft. And then the stator is the heavier winding in the back, correct? The coils are the part that whole shaft goes through. But yeah. So this motor piece here mounts at the back and will mount up just like this with 2 screws. And then we'll have the large hand wheel, and that hand wheel has gears that will mesh with that worm gear. Okay, and that's where we're going to have to be like, hey, let's really goop this up with some grease before we put that in there. But I cannot put this on because once I do, my grease wicks are at the bottom. So we need to take this back off, preferably without knocking that stuff off. I will probably take some emery cloth to this shaft and clean the insides of this shaft up so that we can get some lubrication on that as well. I am going to now scoot this off of this pad because the rest of this pad is, I'm just going to throw this pad away. This one has done its job of collecting all the carbon dusts and all the other crud as we've been working. We'll throw that away. Yeah, I think the other spring should be here in a couple days. So we'll be able to get that put up. This, I'm actually surprised. I'm still trying to clean it up some, but I did not realize on this piece that there were numbers because it was all gunked up over the numbers. But this is cleaned up pretty well. And so what we got here, this is the stitch length, I believe. This plate goes over, no, yes. I think this plate went over, and then this plate goes on top. That went in there. This plate goes on there. 2 screws, and then we've got the sets or the a thumb screw that goes here that allows you to do some adjustments as well. That's going to go just like that. I'm thinking that I want to take this plate and do a Vapo Rust on it again, and then as soon as I take it out, rinse it off, wipe it down, and immediately oil it because that's surface rust starting to get on there. So I want to immediately oil this. In fact, if you guys give me a couple of seconds, I'm going to run downstairs and I will grab the jar of Vapo Rust and we can work on this because it doesn't need to sit in there for very long to clean off this surface rust. Give me 1 second. So the evaporust is really cool because you can reuse it over and over and over again. So I can take this and pour it back in, but I'm not sure if you guys can see how much sediment is in here of surface rust that it has taken off. And what you do is you let it sit in there for a little while. It does its thing. You pop parts out, you rinse it with water, and then I'm going to quickly douse this with some oil and kind of flip it around, oil it up, because if you don't, that surface rust that it cleared off is going to come back because, well, remember, you just rinsed off the evaporust with water. And evaporust is safe. It can go down the drain. Um, like I said, it can be reused. So I can take this and pour it right back in. I don't really need to strain it or anything like that. And this should be the in plug right here. We can get that added in. That's in place. One spring, one wick. I wanted to dump this back in there. I will have to rinse that off to get, to stop the chemical reaction. And then we'll oil that back up and we can get the side panel put back on. See, that's the cool thing, Rob, is you rebuilt motors in high school in the 80s. What's happened to shop class? Like, there's no more shop class anymore. I'm having to learn this stuff through, YouTube videos and forums and posts and stuff. In fact, one of the ladies I was looking at is trying to teach this. Like, she shut down her shop and is trying to teach the next generation to be able to come in and care for not just vintage machines, but like even machines from the 80s and 90s that, hey, something's not working right. Oh, it's broken. Well, no, it's just like anything else. It's a machine. You have to do maintenance on it. And the majority of us don't know how to do maintenance on it. But I will say, since we are a 3D printing channel, we probably should do something 3D printing related. So let me throw you guys up here. You can see that I'm taking this off the printer. I made them bigger because the smaller one, the tail kind of got fugly. But there's our two-color Charmander done on the IDEX. So, color swapping through nozzle swapping. This is one of the suggested models to test and make sure that you're properly aligned. And I would say that we are, yep, properly aligned. So we got a Charmander. It's actually Witch's Blue by Cookie Cat. Yeah, woodworking, welding, shop class. Like I've gone to, there's a local company in town called Shop Space, and I've gone to them and done welding. So Metal Fab 101 and 201. So it was MIG and what we did, no, I didn't do 201. We did MIG welding in 101. I did a knife making class, made a knife. I've gone and done some blacksmithing as well, some forging, right? And it's just cool stuff. You don't get to do that much anymore these days. Yeah, see, these ones right here are going to be fun to get at with any type of angle. That's why I didn't really want to take this plate out. That, and it does what it's supposed to. So why remove it if it works? So this is going to sit here for another couple of seconds. I'm going to take it downstairs real fast and rinse it. But this has been it. Any metal parts that I can take off, um, I will clean with isopropyl alcohol to get the grease and oils off. And if it's like, if it was something like this, then we worked on polishing it after we got it all cleaned off. We polished the shiny bits as much as we could. But we did not take IPA to any of the painted surfaces. If I could get the metal off and put it in IPA, I did. If not, it it was sewing machine oil only. There you go, stick and torch back then, yeah. Thanks for the alert, Pete. Um, shouldn't take long, but of course this is the exact size of the bottom. That was not well thought out. Ooh, here. Forceps. Luckily, there is a raised portion in here, and I can grab hold of that, hopefully. There you go. Let me run this downstairs real fast, rinse it off, and I will come back up. We'll oil it, and we'll put it back in place. Okay, more paper towel. Shop towels too. Shop towels are pretty good, pretty safe to use. They're not, um, they're softer than paper towels, if that makes any sense. So shop towels should be useful for you as well. Once again, we're just going to take this and get a light layer of oil on it. We just don't want any straight metal surface that isn't like a shiny chrome bit or something like that, because it will immediately start to rust again. And this will be on the inside of the machine where it will get machine oil and grease and stuff on it. So the fact that we're putting a light coat of oil on it now, don't worry about that. There's going to be machine oil all over this thing. That is an expected design element. Okay, and this is going to pivot in there. Go with the thing on the inside or the outside? I think it goes on the outside. One on the outside. This goes on there like that. Nope, it's got to go on the inside. That around. Okay. So we'll have a couple of small screws that go back into the face of this. Use the right screws and it works a lot better. On you. If I can get one in, then it'll stay straight enough that I can work the other one in. See? Go. There's that piece, and was one is too big. Here we go. Once again, I believe this is a stitch link selector because this goes up and this moves the um, dog track. I can't remember the name. The dogs front to back. What else? What else? What else can we do? Grease wicks I can't do just yet. I need to wait for the other grease wick to get in. We'll validate a couple of things. We can put the rear motor plate back on. I don't think, well, we'll probably want to throw a little bit of oil on the back end of this before we do that. This off to the side. Here's the other screwdriver that would have made life easier. So there's inner workings in here. We might want to add a little bit of lubricant. It is dry, dry, dry. I do not believe grease goes back here. I'm just going to put a little bit of light oil on the back here. I'm going to tip it to make it easier for me to see what I'm doing. A little bit of light oil in the workings. Things are moving around in there. Okay. And I was going to say we can put the back plate, but the mounting for the light goes there. Let me grab the mount for the light. I want to wipe this down. This is a little dirty, a little cruddy. Wipe this down. Clean this with a little bit of oil. And I'm trying to validate because the two screws that went in the back here to hold on the lamp, there were two different screws, like two actual different screw head sizes and stuff, I'm pretty sure that means that one was not the right screw, because this one has no damage around it, where this one, which had the oversized screw, you can kind of see where it was damaging the finish on both sides of it, down here and then up between the two holes. So that tells me that was an improper screw size. Um, Countersunk flathead bit or flathead screw. We'll just hold this in tight up underneath the back plate. I might have to take this off later when I redo the light, but the back plate goes right over the top of this screw. The back plate has a thumb screw to it, and it is designed specifically to be able to rotate out of the way. But with the motor and hand wheel here, and the light, there's no real way to. You just have to basically undo the thumb screw all the way to be able to take that off. And once again, what you're doing is looking at the inner workings, maybe adding a little bit of, a few drops of oil here and there for maintenance. So that's back on. The rear face of this, like I said, I'm going to try and clean a little bit. I want to be careful here because we do have the potential for getting into the paint here, right? So we want to be careful, but because this is a metal surface here, I am going to use some IPA, right? And I'm just going to try and see if I can't get some gunk off. The IPA should flash off very quickly. This is at the side of the machine where it's not going to be as visible. But there is plenty of gunk there. Once again, trying to stay away from the painted surface as much as possible. Where it's just a lot of time, a lot of elbow grease. Sit down, put on a good podcast or a YouTube video, and just away you go. Now, do we have to strip all of this oil off? Probably not. But here's what I'll tell you. 70-year-old sewing machine oil, it has a distinct flavor and smell, right? You might want to, just for that reason, see if you can get some of the excess off of here. Yeah, like and you kind of want to technically go until it's coming away clean, but like I said, each his own. Do it to your comfort level. And because I was kind of a little bit up around the edge here, I'm going to put a couple of drops of oil up there and quickly just make sure that all the way around I'm good. I mean, once again, just plain oil, you are getting stuff off of this machine. Um, you will possibly be able to see. Let me bring you guys in. Um, if we, um, right here, there is gunk onto the side of that. This is, okay, there we go. You see this gunk right here? This is some of the old insulation from the last wiring job. Now, there's a part of me that wants to say, maybe I can scrape some of that off. Or maybe in the process of trying to scrape this off with anything more than my fingernail, I would wind up scratching the underlying paint job and then I would cry a sad cry. So I'm just taking my fingernail, seeing what I can get off, seeing what I can get broken free. Boy. A little bit of IPA will help clean that finger off. Maybe, maybe not. Drizzle some more oil on here. And we'll grab our cotton ball again and try and get all of that stuff that I just scraped off, at least off the edge of the paint. Yep. Oh, that was some more carbon deposits. And like I said, the side of that insulation looks like there may still be some more there, but it is what it is. I'm not going to continue to dig into that. Um, Now I think, yeah, this is like a set screw with a screw in. Here we go. Meaning this is a screw in its own right, right? So you've got threads here. So this screws in, but the inside is also threaded. So this holds this mounting plate and dovetail joint on, and then the power connector connects to that through that same bolt that I just popped out and showed you. So this gives you the option of popping this out and replacing it. Cleaning this up if it needs to be cleaned up. More access to the back of the machine to once again see if there's any other stuff in here that needs to be scraped off, because once again, 120 volt wires, if the wire was not the correct gauge that was put in there and stuff, it's going to melt the insulation. That wire insulation was extremely crusty. So I'm just going to continue to love on the back side of this machine right here. Once again, a little bit of fingernail work and some love with the sewing machine oil. That's it. That gives you an idea of, the motor's hanging right here. This area probably doesn't get a lot of love during routine maintenance. So that's why we're doing some of that now. Just going to continue to drizzle some oil. I should probably buy like, I don't know, another gallon of that. Um, and this does shine up the paint pretty decent. I'm I'm kind of impressed of how, I mean, this was definitely not as cruddy and crunchy as some of the machines I've seen online. Right? Don't for an instant think that this is not a well cared for, well loved machine, because it is. It was. Um, I've seen a lot worse. Okay, and I think I'll let that sit there for a little bit. I'm going to try and take off this is the bobbin, like routing tensioning mechanism here. So you would have you'd put your spool of thread here. It would come down underneath and up, and then come up to your bobbin winder, and you'd wind your bobbins that way. So this is another spot where we just have, I'll just say, a lot of oil and gunk here. It doesn't really look like it's rusty. That just looks like um, worn on, a lot of oil, a lot of oil, a lot of lint, a lot of dust. Um, like we can take this completely apart. We've got a washer. We've got the bolt. We're going to dump that in there. We've also got a bolt holding this in place for this winder. We can take that out. Maybe. Use a slightly smaller screwdriver. Okay. So what we've got is this piece. We've got the kind of the tension mechanism, the spring, and the front cap piece. This is the through bolt for the back, so I'm going to go ahead and put that. Well, I'll leave that right there. This bolt, yeah, we'll toss that. Let that stuff sit for a minute. I'm not going to put these two things in here. We'll pop that out in a little bit and wipe it off. We'll reassemble everything, but for right now, that gives us some time to look at this and see if there's stuff in here that we need to clean up. There is a little groove here, and I'm just going to use the edge to work out some lint that seems to be in there. Don't want to go too much. Oil in the general vicinity. Q-tip. Yep, there's a Q-tip. And it's just more of this type of work, right? So this is what I'm working on right here. In this corner here, there was a lot of lint from doing, threading up your bobbins and stuff. Hey, Shrimp Father, how's it going? Welcome in. And so I'm just getting a little bit of oil there, and we're going to use a Q-tip, right? And just start getting in here and cleaning the gunk. The oil is going to help just, we'll say, moisturize the stuff that was sitting here. and then we'll be able to come in and just quickly rage on some of the gunk that's here. And once again, I'm getting a lot of good stuff off of this, just with sewing machine oil, and I can tell that there's a bunch of raised gunk in here. Nothing I can really do a fingernail on, and I want to be careful because I'm not sure what all I'm taking off, but we're going to put a little bit more machine oil there. I'm just going to let it set and percolate a little bit. The one thing I do want to do is take a buffing wheel to this front piece here, but I got to be very, very careful that I don't hit anything else in that process, because I don't want to damage anything, right? You can get these plates, but you would have to very carefully pry out the rivets and re-rivet this in or pin it in. And I really don't want to do that. At this point, we're just, like I said, caring for everything that we've got and trying to clean it up and make it look nice. Especially when we were able to clean plates like this up. And yes, I can it's got some shine. It's also got some dull spots in it. The dull spots are down in the grooves. So you've got a shiny rail that was easy to get to. And then this piece between the two shinies is like 4 little cuts. And you can get down in there. I was trying to get down there with the wheel, but at the same time, I don't want it to be fully polished, bright, and everything. I could probably get in there with a brush, stuff like that. And my finger, just put a fingerprint in there. But at the same time, this is a 75-year-old machine, right? We don't want it to be showroom shiny new and then put it on a machine that's got 75 years worth of wear and character marks in the paint, right? We're able to get all of this side here cleaned up, the side of this piece cleaned up, just by hand using IPA and Q-tips, right? We took this off the machine, cleaned all this by hand. We'll reinstall this in the machine, kind of like one of the last little beauty ads. Things like the part of the hand wheel crank. This is the part that you'll use to basically disengage the shaft going through the motor that drives the needle so that you can pull your bobbins. So the fact that we got this polished that well, can you see some blemishes? Yeah. I'm not going to try and work those out. That's wear. I like having that, you know? So right now it's just simply get down in the grooves, do a little bit of, elbow grease using the sewing machine oil, which is a very light solvent, right? And trying to work up just years of gunk that has been sitting on the machine. Because once again, we don't want to damage the paint. We don't want to have to go in and redo the paint. And because that means we'd have to go through and redo the decals. And if we have to redo the decals, we're not getting the same wear patterns, patina type stuff on this. It's just going to be a brand new paint job, right? It's going to go back to being perfect. And we don't want perfect. We want family heirloom, because this is a family heirloom. So, Shrimp Father, you got here a little bit late, but we've got our motor put back together, right? We rewired the motor with some fresh wire. So this is some fresh wire, 18 gauge. We rewired the foot pedal, and without having proper crimp ring terminals that we can put down on there, we just kind of looped the wires, so we didn't want to run it for a long period of time. But plugging it into power and using the foot pedal to actuate it with all new wires going between the outlet and the motor works. So we were able to verify that the motor's working. We need to go ahead and get our grease wicks reinstalled at the base of the motor. However, I'm down a spring, so I cannot install the grease wicks yet and close it up, which means I can't install the motor yet. So we did a little bit of cleaning up here. We're cleaning around the back. There is still a little bit of remnants of insulation where the previous wires had started to melt the insulation. So I'm not sure if they were an improper gauge. We're using 18 gauge 2-conductor wire. The wire that I bought, I did not realize it's green. So we may just get heat shrink and cover the whole thing up with heat shrink, and then that way it'll look like this down here versus individual wires. We'll do the same thing for the lighting fixture, because we need to do the same thing for the lighting fixture. Its wires were way, way crunchy as well. And the issue I'm going to have is like this piece right here. So that's a bare wire, right? So there's bare wire coming out on the left there. This has been smashed between. There's bare wire again there. So what I would have to do is figure out how to either, I don't think I can take this off and resolder these connectors. It's kind of where I'm going at. So I'd have to figure out a way of cutting. But you can see this is either electrical tape or it's melted together. One of the two. I need to figure out how to get in here, connect the two wires up, and then redo it. I've got bare wires where I shouldn't have bare wires, and it worries me. Yeah. Hey, look, that insulation's in great condition. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is get rid of some of that to make this safe to use. And it may be one of those things where I just search for a whole new lighting fixture and see if I can either snag the cable out of it if the cable's good, or we're going to have to rewire it like we just did the motor. Yeah. That may be what we just do, is we're just going to rewire this as if we had a new motor in there. This is still worrisome for me because it's bare wire. I might be able to take this off and resolder it right there if I can bend this without snapping it, because this is just a thin piece of metal. This right here, it looks like the wire comes up through this side and lays up here and then is soldered on. So I should be able to, this is the only one that worries me, but there's enough insulation there that if I pull the wires out, I should be able to make a connection to this without having to resolder at the metal connection. And I could probably still do the same thing down here, put some heat shrink tubing over it and call it done. That might be something that we can still do while we're sitting here. Yeah, we put a little bit more on here. I'm getting a lot of stuff off in this corner. I haven't been able to really get in here because of we had the pieces on there that we just took off for the bobbin tensioner for the rewinder. Let me scoot that up there. This up there. And we'll get our soldering stuff back out here and a length of wire, and we'll solder that up. And actually, folks, I'm going to do a be right back. I'm going to run downstairs real fast and just wash my hands up before I start playing with the electrical some more. I've just got a bunch of gooped up stuff. So let me go rinse my hands off, be able to come down here, sit down on the bench, and we'll be able to do some soldering. So I'll be right back. See if my thing's working. Don't have be right back on. Okay, give me just a couple of seconds, folks. I'll put you on, be right back. Okay. Now let's see if we can get some stuff ready and do some more soldering. That. Back over to the bench side. We'll need to plug this back in. Light Simray Sim, welcome on in. How's it going? Hey there. Just into 3D printing, you ordered a resin 3D printer, the Uniformation GK3 Pro. Nice. Nice. So welcome on in. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. And variety is the spice of life. And you may see that we are not working on a 3D printer right now. What we've been working on is restoring a sewing machine, a Singer Model 1591 sewing machine. And let me rephrase that. It's not a restoration. It's a preservation restoration, meaning this belonged to my wife's great grandmother. And we are in the process of making it safe, cleaning it up, and allowing it to continue to be a family heirloom for years to come. So, what we've been working on so far is just basic tear down and cleanup, trying to preserve the paint because this is once again 75-year-old lacquer paint. So we're trying to make sure that we can maintain that paint and not damage things. We're also in the process of rewiring everything. The wiring was pretty horrendous. Well, it was in horrendous shape. We had some insulation that was very well burned and blistered. We had um, language, English as a language. We had insulation, well, wires that were just crunchy. Like you go to move the wire and the insulation just snaps in half. Right, that's bad. That's going to lead to crazy shorts, which we do not want. The plan and the goal is to bring this back to life so it can be used and continue to live on through the family. Um, Give me 1 second, folks. Test, 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 test. Hello? Who's calling? This is looking red. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that. So what we're trying to do is this is the um yeah, sorry. So this is the light switch wiring. I pulled this out of the light switch and we've got clear wire, no insulation up at the top. This insulation is jank, bare wire at the bottom because I cut it because once again, you barely move it and the insulation snaps. So I need to wire up new wires. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this out and I'm not sure if I'll be able to like bend this back out and wire right through the end like this is and get it bent back without this piece breaking. It could very well break. So because we've got a little bit of insulation still left here, not, yeah, not much. Um, I'm going to try and peel back whatever will gently and easily come off because it's garbage now. And yeah, it's coming off. So what I'm going to do is work to, boom. Ah, I'm going to solder up some new wire. I'll do like we did before, wrap it around, solder the wires together, add new heat shrink, and then we'll be able to put this back in place. I'm going to keep this just as long as it is for now. I need the solder. And I'm probably going to need my Omnifixos to hold things in place. And what we're going to do is we'll strip a lot more than we're going to need so that we can do that wire wrapping. Meanwhile, making sure that I don't make it too big that it can't fit back in the Bakelite. Because once again, if we get it too big and we go to fit it back in the Bakelite, we will break that. Very small amount of space to be able to do this twist. So, small amount of space. what I'm trying to do here is tightly wrap the old wire around the new wire that I have snipped and at a small amount. So just like this. Once I solder it, I will get rid of this piece and we'll be able to put a little bit of heat shrink over that edge to cover that edge up. Once again, I will snip the excess once we're done here. All right, we'll be fine. So I'm just going to come in here, heat this up from one side. Getting in some solder. I want to make sure that this solder is going all the way through. Come on. Here we go. And then once again, I will be able to clip off that excess. And we'll be able to cover that with the heat shrink. That is awesome. So in the process of heating this up to solder the wires, I basically pop the solder joint on the actual metal piece itself. Sweet. So I guess we are going to try and just resolder the whole connector on because that's now way floppy and not gonna play with that. So let me cut that off, pull this stuff out. Okay, and see, this is basically a connector with a hole in it. So I'm going to put the wire through the hole, solder it at the top, and call this one done. Which the nice thing is we shouldn't need much wire at all. We're going to get very little wire out. We'll solder, we'll stick this through the top, we'll fold it over, and we will solder this wire to the joint. and be done. Or at least that's my hopeful plan. That is my hopeful plan. Awesome. So yeah, it is not soldering at all to the metal piece. So how what, how much, I don't know. I don't know. What am I going to do? I'm going to have to just loop it around and loop the wire around, solder it to itself. Hopefully we have enough of a good connection that we can this. So your first ever 3D printer, and it's a resin printer. Okay. Interesting choice. So most people start off with an FDM style printer. But not a bad choice of a printer. And welcome on in, Glendon. I saw you sneak in there. Welcome in. You sly devil, you. All right, so we're going to try it this way and see if we can get a good enough electrical connection. So I think the problem that I'm having here is material differences. And by material differences, I mean I've got copper wire, and I'm beginning to think that this might be an aluminum tab. By the properties and the way that things are working, this feels so not the right type of nectar. That way or this way? Slides in. Does this still do the click? No, because it goes the opposite. Okay, let's pull this back out to the other direction. Let's do this, go in there. Good news is I've seen several of these um, lights for sale, and get a, we'll say, a replacement if we need to. Get in there. There we go. Oh, that's right. There and click. There we go. Okay, so I think we're in place on that side. The other side, of course, we have this longer wire connected to it, especially now since we made that one shorter. And of course, this wire is going to be the same way. So, yay, yay. Apply a little bit of heat here. This wire should be able to come right out. Apply heat. Wire should come out. There. So how's everybody doing today? How you doing, Glendon? I was getting a little warm in my hand. Okay. One side down. Now let's get the other side done. What I'm having to do here is basically completely redo the electrical connections because the old wire and the new wire are not soldering together, which is great. So the old wire is most likely an aluminum base wire and was not connecting to my copper wire. And I'm trying to keep my wire or my wiring job here nice and neat. Plan will be to throw some insulation over the top of this. And cover up my electrical connections. If at all it's needed, I don't think it's going to be needed. Place. There. Down and goes there. That'll look nice. Now does my clicky clicky works, so that's cool. Not 100% sure. I kind of feel like this goes the other way. Sorry about this, folks. I'm kind of playing with this. Really, really. And no, big connected. Over, spring over. I'll line these two pieces of wire up right there. This big light, clamp it on there. That will squeeze those two wires together once they get the rings on. And folks, I think we've got wiring for our light done up. Ah! No. I told you I'm going to try and burn myself or the house down, one of the two. That's thinking. Okay. So, one side ties in up here, comes down. This side ties into the lower piece. And when we articulate the switch, right here, no connection, right? The metal piece on this four-way is side to side, so there's no connection to the top or the bottom. We go one more, and now it's connecting from the top to the bottom, gives us our connection, and the light should come on. Light off, light on. So we should be good there. The wires, we're just going to kind of route them up and through the edge. This piece is going to come over the top, clamp on these wires. And this is why we need to use the SPT1. Otherwise, this would clamp too hard on these wires and we'd have an issue. Now, if we're going to leave the green wires, we're good. If we want to shrink wrap these with black shrink wrap so that it looks black to match other wires or whatever, then we'll want to do that before we put the whole thing together and put our latching rings and stuff like that on. But we've got our good wire connection right there. So yay. And our longer wire is, well, it doesn't matter because it's hot and neutral and there's no connection until there's a connection. So we've now fixed all of the wiring. We're waiting on our ring terminals for the termination ends. That'll get here, I believe, Wednesday, if I remember right. A day or two from now. And we'll get that done to finish up the electrical. And the light bulb that was in it was toast. I did order a couple of new light bulbs. I requested rush shipping on those, so hopefully they're here by the weekend. Oh, nice. There you go. The Foxbat Blaster by Silly Butt. Okay. Now we could, in theory, try and test this out if I had a light bulb, which I don't. It is a like press and twist light bulb. You can find those at a lot of places. Like I said, I have a couple on order. I don't think it's, going to kill me to wait a day or two for that to come in. But I do like how this is sitting. I'm getting good positive clickage. So there we go. Yeah. And I think at the very least, we'll wipe this Bakelite down. Not that big of a deal. Um, the rest of the fixture, once again, this can get wiped down. The stinger, you can almost see it there, is completely rubbed off. And this piece right here is cracked, right? I can kind of epoxy it from the backside, run a bead of epoxy there, just sit there and hold it tight. It'll still be visible, but it will do its job, right? Um, or I can try and get another one of these. These things I'm finding around $35 to $40 for the vintage one. You can get replacement ones that are new. They're all one piece with an actual like wall plug. So you'd have two wall plugs in the end. I much rather like this design. This is what great grandma used. One of these pieces had some surface rust on it. So I'm gonna throw this over here into the Evapo Rust, try and get that cleaned up. The other one's pretty good. We'll just wipe that down. And yeah, we'll wipe that one down. The shroud here is gonna need some Evapo Rust as well. So we'll throw that in there with that one. We'll have to flip it over after a little bit, get the other side. Good news is we're making good progress. Um, this kind of, we might want to, you know, do some sanding over here. Don't know. It's, eh, it's fine. I mean, it is fine. Could we sand some of this off to get the metal nicer? Yeah. This is emery paper. Well, I say emery paper. This is 1000 grit sandpaper. So you don't want to come in here with 60 grit and go hog wild. You're just trying to get off any surface rust, not come in here and reshape the material, right? You're just trying to get off any surface rust. Make sure that these journals are nice. We'll oil them down again when we go to assemble everything. Like I said, everything is moving, everything is turning, everything is twisting. So I don't want to do too much to it and then wind up having a larger issue that I've caused myself, because I do that enough. I don't need to continuously make new tasks for myself. Remember the stuff we had right here? This is isopropyl alcohol. This is stuff that we took physically off the machine so we can put it in IPA, clean it up, rub it down, get the gunk off of it. If we need to and we realize that it's got some rust on it instead of just being some gunk, then we'll put it over in the Evapo Rust. But right now, all of this is just basic gunk oil and combined with some lint. So we're just going to buff this a little bit. Like you can see, it gets pretty shiny, but you can also see a little bit of deposit still on the side there. Same thing on the back. So we'll dump it back in there for a little bit. We'll grab the other one of the other parts. Hey, look, what appears to be like an M3 washer. Yep. Kind of hard to rub the face of an M3 washer, or what is about the size of an M3 washer. Set that right. Actually, we'll set this over here with the other part. Spring went running off. Those three parts are here. We've got the little screw mounts. Quite honestly, I'm just trying to clean up the head of it. The threads are, well, they're threads. Good enough. Don't want to go, like I said, don't want to go through and polish everything up to a fantastic shine, because then it just looks out of place. It'll just scream like, hey, there was something that was replaced. So this is the screw that mounts it down, and then this is the screw, and I can tell because it's the shoulder screw that holds the spinny bits in. Speaking of a spinny bit, and he drops it. It's at least drop count number 2. Now work is over. Woohoo! Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you? I'm sorry it took me so long to realize you just popped in. How are you doing, dear? I hope you are doing better. And I just threw that again. Thank God it went straight here instead of somewhere back in that mess. Yeah, so I mean, that cleaned up nicely. I said just a little bit of IPA, but only if you can get it off the machine. Like this post here, I used the 1000 grit sandpaper on, wiped it down with oil. Do not start throwing IPA all over this machine. You will strip the paint, most likely or potentially. And if you do, you'll cry if you're doing a preservative restoration, which is what I'm trying to do. And if you're not, you're still going to cry because that paint job's going to be expensive. Just telling you now, everything I have heard, the paint job's going to be expensive. And you can find the decals, but once again, you're going to need to line everything up precisely and make sure that you get them in the right place. So you're stripping it down, you're painting it, preferably with lacquer because that's the way it was. And then laying down your decals, your water transfer decals, letting those dry, and then doing a couple of coats of a lacquer finish. Hey, Mr. Wizix, how's it going? Thank you for the 14 months resubscribe. I appreciate that, my friend. I appreciate that. And we've had some oil sitting here for a while. We're just going to take our cotton ball and kind of buff on that area again and again and again. Like I said, there's a bit of a ridge, and I'm not sure if it's gunk or if it's where the clear coat lacquer is starting to come off. I'm going to say it's probably some gunk since that's gunky. Which tells me that all of this is gunk as well and will be able to come off with a lot of elbow grease. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? Oh, well, thank you. Well, yes, the thank you for all the awesome content, tips, and tricks. Yeah. So yeah, we're still getting stuff off the base of this. Um, so Liz, I'm not sure if you were on here earlier. I don't think you were, but we have put the motor back together, rewired it with some fresh wire. We checked for continuity before we even put everything together to this degree. We added our brushes in, so we checked for continuity from the wire through the coil to the brush holders that that got stuck in on each side. Then we added the brushes. We haven't added any oil or grease, right? No grease wicks, but we put it on the bench. We connected everything through the old connectors, just wrapping the wires around the posts and squirreling them down with a bakelite. We redid the wiring on the foot pedal to the wall plug, right? So we opened up the foot pedal. We've wiped this down. We redid the wiring. So this is brand new wire, right? And it goes to the plug. We take the plug, we plugged it into the bakelite. The other side went to 110, and we just pushed on the button and the motor spun. So we've got good motor wiring now, and we validated that the motor works. Because if you guys remember right, the reason I had to get that new plug, I didn't have it. It didn't exist. I didn't have the outlet or anything. So I was going to have to redo it. Now this plug, I'm concerned because you can see the crack in the bakelite. Now this appears to be on the outside. I'm not seeing it go all the way through to the inside. Maybe a little bit. On this side, it is. I did order a new one of these. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to come in. This Bakelite outlet is like 30 bucks. 30 bucks. And part of the reason I ordered it is because I don't know if you guys can tell the amount of corrosion that's on these posts. But that was part of it. The other part is I just want to make sure we have good electrical connection. This is connected. It's working. The motor's working. I've got new grease wick, but I destroyed one of the springs for the grease wicks getting it out. So I had to get new, at least one new spring. So I got two new springs coming. And what we'll do when that gets here is these go down on the bottom side. So the motor mounts like this, which means these grease wicks come up from the bottom, which is why I'm not doing that yet. So we'll screw the grease wick into the spring about 3/4 of the way. We'll put a lot of grease on the end of it, pop it down into the hole here, and we'll do that on both of them. Then we'll put the clips in and clip those in, which will apply some pressure to the springs. And then we'll basically pack the ends of these in with grease. Which means I'm going to squirt it in, use my finger, push it down in there, squirt more in, keep pushing it in there till it's packed. And then we'll close these off. We'll add some more grease onto the top of this after we mount it, before we mount the big hand wheel on the side. And we'll finish up our wiring to the back of our Bakelite. This is probably longer than it needs to be. We will trim it to size once we get that. Same thing with our lighting wires, which I just dropped back out of here. Where did I have this go? This way? This way, the other way? This way. Yeah. So we redid the wires here, and the great thing is I had to redo it at the physical connector because it was not soldering the wires together because the old wire, I believe, was aluminum wire, and it was saying no bueno. Copper to aluminum, it didn't want to connect. So we redid those connections. That's now good. I've got a new light bulb because the light bulb was obviously dead. Shake, rattle, and roll. So we got a new light bulb coming. I needed to clean up some rust. This is evapor rust on these parts. And I need to seriously clean the glass. Now, look how thick that glass is. Like that is some pretty thick glass. We're going to clean this up real good. It's got a lot of just gunk, grease, oil, all that stuff in it. We'll clean that up. We're getting close to being able to put this together though and watch the mechanics go on its own. I think cleaning a lot of this up is going to just take time and elbow grease, and I'll just have to keep working on it, probably off stream. Yeah. So Liz, I'm not sure if you saw the pictures, but I got these fairly shiny. Like they can be shined up even more, but I'm afraid to get it too shiny because like then the rest it's going to mismatch the rest of the paint and stuff. Hey, Free Heathen, thank you for the raid with a party of 10. But this shined up nicely, even all the way around the side. I thought that was rust that was on the sides here. It wasn't, it was just oil. And I was able to clean that off without having to take this apart, which was nice because this tension knob, everything still worked. Basically, what happened is great grandma, when she passed in 69, they basically took the machine and it moved and went with Mrs. Dragon's mom and dad where when they moved to Colorado, and it moved around the houses and stuff, and finally it went into storage, and this was what we brought back last year from Rocky Mountain. So yeah. But yeah, I just figured I was off today, so I knew I had some time to play around with this, so I just figured I'd keep playing around with it. Free Heathen, we got the motor wired up with some fresh wire. So we got fresh wire here. Before I closed it up, we actually wired this, bare wire wrapped around the terminals and screwed down on the bakelite. We wired up the new wall plug to the foot pedal. We plugged it into the power strip and we pushed the button on the foot pedal and the motor ran. So I didn't screw up the wiring when I did the motor, so the motor runs. But before I run it for any length of time, there's like no grease or any oil in or grease or anything. I've got one of the springs for a grease wick that I can get one done, but I need to do, I'm waiting on the other spring to come in because I boogered the heck out of one of these trying to get it off the grease wick and I just threw them away. So we've got new springs coming for the grease wicks. We'll be able to pack these with grease once we get that done, close that up. We were working on rewiring the light. So same thing, the light's now rewired with brand new wire. We'll cut it to length and it'll add to the bakelite terminals once we, I'll be able to do the wiring on Wednesday, I believe it is, when the ring terminals come in. I'll cut this to length and we'll finish the wires. And I'm probably going to put full length heat shrink tubing on here. So I'll have to go get some, like a roll of heat shrink tubing. know what? Do I have? I don't have. Like, want to put a clip or actually, I have tape. Tape work. Um, I just want this to keep from coming off or separating again. Do that. That'll keep that from separating. Because they're on there with spring tensioners and the clicky clicky works. So I have every uh, or I have a good feeling that that's going to work fine. We just took the tensioner off for the bobbin respooler, and we'll have to put that back together. But before I mount it, I think that there's still a bunch of gunk on here that we need to get off. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. It's working great. The motor, I'm glad, fires up. We've been using IPA to clean the metal parts that we can take off the machine. And I used a little bit back here, and as soon as I was done, we oiled this whole back area really well. The wiring on the previous, the previous wiring that was on here, you won't be able to tell unless you go back and look at the bod. We actually, and there's still a little bit left here, there was melted insulation right here along the back side of the machine. And if I get some light on here in the right way, you can probably still see some of it, like right in here. Bring you guys in closer. Right, you can still see something that's messed up right in here. That's where the insulation was melting on the previous wires. Um, so yeah, the wiring needed to be redone. Let's just put it that way. The wiring needed to be done. Um, free raid. What free raid? Oh, the free heathen raid. Gotcha. Um, hey Da Vinci, how's it going? So yeah, this has been a fun project. Like this has made me want to like go and be on the lookout for these sewing machines and just reviving them. This thing is awesome. And like I said, I've got a request in to a couple of forums because yeah, let me do it. You can see like this is all black and shiny. This is kind of dingy. This is dingy. And there's a raised area right here as I'm running my finger over it, and even more pronounced right here. I don't know if this is clear coat finish or if this is plain black lacquer and this is the yellowed clear coat over the top of these decals or what have you. So I've got some questions in to a couple of forums to see if this is stuff that I should be able to get off, and if so, what to use on it to break it up and not mess with the paint. Because I really don't want to mess with the paint. And once I can get this done and running on the bench here, then it's turning my attention to all of the fittings for the cabinet. And by the way, these two holes right here, there's basically hinge pegs that slide on there, and there's two set screws. That is the only thing that's holding this when you're flipping it up and down. Kind of crazy. But yeah, everything's working in the front. We took I took there we go. I was able to finally break this piece free, which is the tensioner on the spring. And I dropped this in the IPA for a while, dropped the spring directly into the evaporust But this piece here was all gunked up with oil and was just nasty. I threw it in some IPA, pulled it out, ran a brush through the threads, threw it in the evaporust for a bit, pulled it out, rinsed it off, and buffed it a little bit. Looks brand new. Now, if anything, this looks bad, but I don't think this piece comes out. This rod's moving up in this sleeve, and I think from the looks of it, this is an oiler wick. So you would put oil in this side, and it will uh, keep oil on your needle. Because this one's moving the foot, and this one's moving the needle. Think the clear coat is yellowing? It could be. It is lacquer. It is lacquer. Because once again, this is a 75-year-old machine. And yeah, well loved on, well used. I can't remember. I think I was starting to tell you in your stream, but in talking with Mrs. Dragon's mom, she said her mom was, or her grandma, meaning Mrs. Dragon's great grandma, was a professional seamstress. And this was her personal machine that she bought and ran with. And just think about that. We're talking 1949, 1950 was when this machine was manufactured. And great grandma died in 1969, and it was basically put into storage at that point. So, or when I say put into storage, I mean it was no longer being actively used. And it was in the house for years and years and years, and then it went to uh, the storage unit when uh, Mrs. Dragon's mom had to move, and it went into storage. But the wiring, and it's a good thing we replaced the wiring. So this is some of the old wiring, and I think this is aluminum wiring. So on the motor windings, I took the new copper wire and I took a huge length and we wrapped it tightly around it, right? And then we soldered it all together, made sure we had a good connection. Then we put heat shrink tubing over the whole thing, as far, like jammed it as far back as we could, right? And then we did check for continuity between the new wire and the brush holders all the way through the coil. Made sure we had continuity and no crossover, no shorts. And then that gave me some confidence. We made sure the brushes moved through the holder without any issues, because that was something I saw Bob Fowler had an issue with the motor that he got fully put back together, plugged it in, and it didn't work. And he had to take it apart and start troubleshooting. And that's why I checked continuity between the end of the new wire and the brush. Oh, ads are still in. Sorry. I know Free Heathen will be interested in this, so I'm going to hold off on finishing that story out. More coffee. Back. Okay, so what we did was I took the new wire, and we had pretty long length of old wire on the motor windings. And for whatever reason, it was bare wire, and they had twisted the wire and then came out. And so I'm like, so you're basically shorting both coils together when you're twisting bare wire and then coming out to the wire. That might be why we had burnt insulation on the back, right? Um, so what I did was I slipped or I cut it down to about that much. I I stripped a good healthy at least that much of the new wire, the new copper wire, and I twisted it around very, very tightly, right? The old wire, soldered everything up, did a little pull test, and then we put heat shrink tubing on. Before we went any further, I stripped off an end of the new wire and I tested continuity between the end of the new wire and the brush holder at the end of that coil and made sure that we had continuity. We're at like 12.1 on one, 12.8 on the other. I'd prefer if they were closer, but that tells me that the coils of the motor are still good. And the difference in the reading might just be some gunk or, uh, connectivity where I'm clipping to, right? Then I made sure that the brushes went through the brush holders very easily because that was the other issue that Rob Fowler had when I was watching him do a motor rebuild was he got everything put in, added the brushes, plugged it in using a wall plug directly into the motor, and the motor didn't turn. So then he was checking for continuity, which I had already done, and he checked that the brush was able to go all the way through because the brush can't touch the commutator, it's not going to work, right? And so it was an issue where the tab on the wired, um, the soldered tab on the brush holder was in the way, so the brush couldn't come all the way out. So I made sure we had good there. And that way, when we wired everything up, it worked. Now there was a bit of a smell, and I have a feeling that it was the fact that power was running through this old thing, and I didn't have ring terminals on it, so it was just wire wrapped around. I also on um, the two ones that we were using, which was so the way this plug works, your your foot pedal and the motor comes into 2 and 3, right? Um, no, not your foot pedal. Your motor's coming into 2 and 3. Your light comes into 1 and 2. So 1 and 3 are live, okay? And the middle is neutral. Remember, we have no ground, okay? So I'm plugging the motor in over here. Well, I'm bare wire and I loop the wire around to the right so that as you tighten down your stud, you're tightening the wire, not loosening it. But what's different in these 3 terminals? Like if it'll one's the only one that has a copper washer on it. The other 2 there were no copper washers on. So no copper washer to squish the bare wire that was wrapped around here originally. Means poor electrical connection, which is going to drive additional heat, which is what I could tell there. I felt a little bit of heat in this because I didn't have the washers. I do have new washers. I just wasn't going to use them for the test. So yeah, I really need to clean this up a little bit more. I do have a new one of these coming, right? Because these connections are kind of nasty. They've got corrosion all over them. And I don't think I'm going to be able to clean these up that easily with the housing the way it is. But I've got new copper washers. I've got new Bakelite knobs. These seem to be working perfectly well. I figured some of these were going to be cracked, or I would go to touch them and they would just fall apart. So yeah, if you've got a poor connection, it's going to have more resistance and therefore more heat in the connection. So we'll work this right. I do have a spare one of these coming in case I need it. I'm worried because there is a crack on this one here, um, but it seemed to work just fine. I'm just trying to hedge my bets and give myself the best scenario. I want this to work for another 75 years is where I'm at. So we've rewired everything. We're going to put proper terminals on it so that we can terminal these down appropriately and get everything working. Miss Dragon's going to start working on the cabinet soon, and I'm going to start working on all of the fixtures on the cabinet because there's probably going to be some. I don't think that surface rust is going to come off. Just don't think it's going to. It definitely is something on the surface though, but I don't think that's going to come off. Surface rust on this should come off. If not, I have found another light, and it's a vintage light, which means it's like this. You can get replacement lights for these because a lot of these machines didn't come with them. And where it's got, this one has a separate mount and a cover plate. It's all one piece on the newer ones, and it's a full plastic housing. It looks cheap as all get out, and it's like $8. Where a new one of these with the Bakelite covering and everything is like $40 or no, 30 something dollars. Yeah, I'll be milling some stuff. Oh, and also, by the way, Free Heathen, and everybody else, you know, I am a 3D printing channel, right? Primarily. This is a labor of love for family right now. But let's do a little bit of 3D printing. Here's our 2-color Charmander that was printed on the IDEX. So this print I printed this earlier today off of the Rat Rig IDEX. So everything lines up well. So there's our 3D printing piece. Also, for this project, while there's no 3D print in the print or in the sewing machine, and there will not be, I did do some 3D printing. So this is a piece that's used to push the brush holders out of the motor housing. They're like a copper square that's soldered to the wire from the coil. They take this, you stick it right in there, and you tap, tap, tap with a rubber mallet and knock those out through the center of the motor. So that was a pretty cool thing. That was available on Thingiverse. Adrift. Yeah, there you go. Because if you try and do it with like a flathead, you're going to bend that copper over or cut it if it's really stuck in there, and then you're just going to have a bad day. But that's kind of all I had for today. I'm kind of at another stopping point. I need to do some review of some things again to be able to put all the bobbin stuff back in the correct order. Because there's a spring in there. I need to make sure the spring's in the right spot. I need to get the grease wicks in before I can mount the motor or the springs for the grease wick. Once I mount the motor, then we can mount the handle. Whoa, what is cotton swabby stuff? We'll remount the handle, the motor, the handle. We'll work on putting the bobbin. I still haven't cleaned the bobbin stuff off, but we'll clean that off and get that mounted. Well, the last thing we'll do is add like the front piece here, which will be the pretty. But yeah, we're getting close to putting this back together. It's good that we know that the motor and stuff works. The uh, light should work as soon as I get a bulb. In fact, like I said, I've ordered a couple of bulbs. I think I can go down and find one. It's pretty much an appliance bulb. It's a 120 volt light bulb. You know, pretty easy. I'm pretty sure I can go and find a couple here at a Home Depot or Lowe's or something. Oh, built over bot. You don't want your wife to see this anyhow because then you'll be doing this, right? Isn't that what you said? Um, so Bob, you did miss. I will say go back and watch the VOD on if you wind up having to do this and you've got a motor on the potted motor, how we validated, because I did have to rewire this motor, which is a good thing that I took this apart and did because they had bare aluminum wire from the two coils, right? Which you've got two leads. One goes to live, one goes to neutral. That's how it works, right? Um, the bare aluminum wire in here was knotted, right? Twisted around itself and then came out to two wires, which to me means it would be energizing both coils at the same time. So I don't know how the motor would have run in that condition. So what we've got now is I it was we had some long pieces and it's aluminum stranded wire. So I cut them down shorter. I cleared off a good chunk of wire here, wrapped it around the old aluminum very tightly, soldered everything up, cut off any of the excess that was, you know, cut off any of the excess, and we shrink wrapped it and we shoved that shrink wrap as far into the coil as we could so that we're shrink wrapped and there's no chance for any wires to cross. We put in our grommet and pulled our wires through. We've got a little bit of heat shrink on here. These are green wires. The old wire was black. The new wire for the wall outlet is black. So I'm probably going to go get some more heat shrink tubing so that I can heat shrink this as black once I figure out the length. Do the same thing for the light. But before we wrapped everything up, we checked continuity from this wire through the coil to the appropriate brush holder and made sure that we had continuity and we had some resistance value. We did that for both, just like a coil on your stepper motors for your pruner. Excuse me. You make sure that both the coils or both sides are close to one another in resistance. That means you've got a good motor. Okay, great. We've got a good motor. We got everything put together. We made sure our brushes are through there and we wired up the outlet to the bakelite terminal, or we wired this up to the bakelite. Well, hell, you guys want me to do it again? I'll do it again because why not? We plug this in. One side goes into 3, one side goes into 2. So 1 and 3 are live, 2 is neutral. The light goes to 1 and neutral, and the motor goes to 3 and neutral. Yeah, arc flash wasn't a big thing. The other thing you want to be careful of is we were going bare wire here with no copper washer. So I don't want to do this for very long. I'll twist this, create a little bend around. Push that down with the bakelite. You always run it in the right or in the direction that you're twisting your connector on. That way, if anything, it tightens it, it doesn't loosen it. Sitting here with a bunch of screwdrivers over here that I could easily wrap it around one to create my twist. That I'm going to sit here and look like an idiot when it like. But we'll tighten this down. And I'll give us the best connection possible for now until we get the right ring terminals on here. That's tightened down into 3 and 2. We rewired our foot pedal up using our brand new wire that we bought So this 3-pin connector will jam in here like so. We got our foot pedal here, which now has fork connectors on it instead of bare wire over screw terminals. And we'll plug in our, once again, non-grounded. This is a polarized plug, but this is a non-polarized motor. Doesn't care about polarity. So we'll get that plugged in. And I will try and hold this up so that you can see the worm drive gear in there. And I'm going to push down on the button. And as I push down, you'll see that spin. Or hopefully you see that spin. Let me bring you guys in. So worm drive. I'm going to push down on the button. And I don't know if you can hear that rattling. My understanding is that rattling is perfectly fine. Once again, it's not greased up, but that rattling is the brushes starting to wear itself against the commutator to make that curve rather than just being a straight in. So it's just bouncing against the commutator. But like I said, this old Bakelite kind of gives a little bit of a stench. And I don't want to keep it plugged in for that long until I get the ring terminals on there and I know I've got a better electrical connection. And like I said, in the cabinet, this will normally sit and mount like this on the cabinet. And there's a lever that can rotate out and you can use your right leg to push the lever and it'll push that button in using your right leg versus having to pop this out of the cabinet and sitting it down on the ground. But we'll set this aside for the time being. I will disconnect this, but as you can see, we do have a good wire up. So yeah, you can use it in the cabinet as a knee one, or you can pick it up and put it on the ground depending on which way you learned and how you're used to. Yeah, and that rattle is expected on that old of a motor. And like I said, there's 0 grease in this motor yet. And it's got brand new brushes in it. So it's got to wear into that commutator. So they'll wear down over time into that commutator. And once I get grease in there, it'll be a lot quieter. It'll be quiet. 75-year-old aluminum wiring. Never, yeah, exactly, Liz. never a worry of fire hazard there. But yeah, so far she's cleaned up really nice. I probably should put this back together before I, one, forget how it went back together, and two, um, this spring went in there. This went on the top of said. This went in said spring and set up. And this got screwed into this, which there goes in from this side. There we go. And because that's a shoulder bolt, this will still twist. And this is, you put your thread here. This will sit here. You'll bring the thread around here up to the bobbin, and you'll use your motor to spool up your bobbin. So that goes there. This has a washer over the top of it or under the bottom of it. Goes there. This can go back on the machine. But I may wait. And like I said, I'm still getting some gunk off that. So this is ready to go there. Yeah, we're getting close. We've only got a few things left to go on this machine, and then we'll be good to go. I'm still, I've got a question out about this, whether this is, if people think that this is just um, the dingy portion here is the clear lacquer that's yellowed over age. But yeah, we're getting close. Things polished up real nicely, like very nicely polished up there. You can still see the scratches, and I'm fine with that. This is a preservative restoration, not a full up, restore it to mint condition, because that's not the intent here. I got to put the bobbin spooler back together, but yeah, we're getting real close. I think next up, once I get this put back together and get it bench tested, like everything's working and spinning like it should be on the bench here, I'm going to switch over. I may take all of the hardware, tons of pictures, take all the hardware out of the cabinet and clean that up as best as I can, and all that good jazz. I just thought about this. If I remember right, that foot pedal actually goes, their wiring goes through a grommet. So there is a grommet in the cabinet. Yeah. So I'm not gonna be able to do that. So there is a piece that sits over here behind, whoops. There's a piece in the cabinet, a metal piece that sits right here, and there's a grommet in there. And I have a feeling that this plug somehow comes up through that grommet and then plugs in. And so that way, this is always staying with the table and stuff like that. The problem is, I don't think that's going to go through the grommet unless I cut it off and redo it. And this is a molded single piece. On the real ones, this is a 2-piece Bakelite, and you can take this apart and basically rewire this. This is aftermarket, of course, and one solid piece. So I don't think there will be a way for me to get this into that grommet, like the natural unit would be. So we'll have to work with that. Um, and I'm fine. That's no big deal. Um, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Today was an impromptu stream. I've just been on here. God, I think I've been running for 4.5 hours. So not bad for an impromptu stream. Tomorrow night we will be streaming. I don't know if we'll be doing this or we'll be playing with 3D printers as normal. Um, Tomorrow is going to be a regular stream day. And yeah, I don't think I'll have any new parts in that I can work on this yet because the ring terminals that I'm waiting on to do all the electrical connections aren't supposed to be here until Wednesday. So we probably will be doing something else, or maybe just trying to rub and buff on this some more. Who knows? So the problem built over bot, I could probably redo the grommet. The issue is that that little winglet piece is metal. It's cast metal like the sewing machine. So I will not be able to get it through. The best thing that I would be able to do is to find a replacement plug that's clamshell that I can take apart and literally cut the end off of that plug, route the wires through, because I can disconnect the fork connectors from the foot pedal, route those wires through, redo it to the pedal, and then redo the wall connector. That's the best I will be able to do for that. Oh, thanks, Chewy. That exactly. And like I said, everything that we've done here is same thing we do on our 3D printers when we do a printer build, right? Hey, mechanical part needs to be lubed. Okay, we lube it. It needs to be clean. We clean things all the time on our 3D printers. We do routine maintenance. The motor, there is nothing different in that motor than a standard stepper motor, right? If you've ever taken a stepper motor apart, it's the same thing. You've got magnets on the shaft, right? The stator magnets on the shaft, and you've got the coils that go around the outside. And the coils is what are connected to the plugs that you either the wires that come out or the plug that the 6-pin plug that you plug in. It's the same exact thing. The only difference is this is a 120-volt motor instead of our motors, which I think are say 12, whatever, whatever our motors are. It's just different size wiring. Same exact wiring though, same exact concept, right? So everything that we do when we're building one of these translates to these old machines. The only difference is we're afraid of the old machine, right? We're afraid of the old machine. We're afraid of breaking the old machine. These old machines, it's just a matter of taking them apart. And there are the first thing that I did here was I got the user's manual because we didn't have any of the manuals, so I bought a reprinted user manual and the adjuster's manual, which is the service manual for it. Has all the parts, lists all the parts, lists how everything goes together and how do you work on this assembly. Here's how you do this assembly. Here's how you do that assembly. And I could continue to break down the front of this machine if I wanted to. I could continue. Let me see if I can pick this up. I can continue to break down all of these bottom workings. They're working. I wiped them down. I'm done. It's good. I don't need to break it down because it's working. If it wasn't working, if it was fully seized up, if this had been in a fire or a high heat condition, if this had been fully rusted up, because I've seen some that are just like sitting outside fully rusted up, that's a completely different job, right? That's when you're trying to take everything apart and you're stripping everything down and you're planning on repainting it, right? Oh, it is, free heathen. This thing is not light at all. but she cleans up nice, right? Um, if I really, really, really wanted to, I could probably take the metal signage off and the serial number, completely strip this down, repaint it. Why? Like I said, if this was a unit that I bought at a garage sale or at an antique store or what have you, yeah, maybe that's what I would do. I would go get the decals, because you can find the decals, and I could strip it all the way down, repaint it, re-decal it, clear coat it, the whole 9 yards. But this is a family heirloom. The purpose of this is to get it working again, see it functioning, and I will probably see if I can get my mom or dad to come over and just, I don't know how to sew. Like, show me how to sew with it or whatever, or show me how, sit down and sew with it, so we can take a short video just to say, hey, it's functioning. It's properly functioning, right? Because I know Mrs. Dragon's mom would love to see this actually putting stitches in something again. How I thought of just clear coating it. That would be an option. First, I want to find out if this is just damaged clear coat that's on it, or aged clear coat on it, or if this is stuff that I should be able to get off. Because if I can get it off, I'll get it off, and then I can potentially re-clear coat it. But it would be clear coating it as it is with the patina, right? Because there's parts on the throat here of the so all of these marks here on the throat, and let me bring you guys way in here, right? All of these marks here on the throat, these are use marks. It's damaged, but there was a piece of cloth wrapped around the throat here, and it was pinned together. Okay, we've thrown away. We could probably burn it in a pinch as a fire starter because there's so much sewing machine oil, right? Sunk to high heaven. But what these marks are is, as the machine was being used and great grandma was sewing, she was taking the pins out, and this was the makeshift pin cushion. So all of these marks show that this machine was used, because there was cloth around here, and they were using that as a pin cushion. So, as Free Healing would say, witness marks. This is usage, right? The ones you have is leather at that point, exactly, right? They would wrap leather around it. They would wrap cloth around it. They would wrap something around this and use this as a pin cushion as they're actually sewing. Now, this machine, as we saw, 110 to 120 volt, half amp motor. This machine sews heavy canvas and leather, no issue. No issue, right? The only difference between this machine and an industrial style machine is where you put it. That's the only difference, right? When you were using this machine, like I said, great grandma was a seamstress. She did this for a living. That's why she had a machine like this. Most likely why she had an electric machine versus a treadle power. Yeah, they had larger motors, but what I'm saying is this could be used in an industrial setting as it stands. Like maybe it's not going to be used in like a full up clothing factory, but these machines would be at clothing stores, right? Not making it, but doing all the alteration shops, clothing stores, stuff like that. They would have these style machines, and they would be using it for that, right? Now, yeah, your industrial ones that are in your factory shops making clothing on a daily basis, that's going to be completely different. That would have the three-phase motors, the stronger motors to deal with the industrial power that you've got there. But yeah, like my dad, he's like, you can't use their standard sewing machine these days to um fix like hems on denim because you have to go and get a heavier duty machine to do it. Standard machines wouldn't. This is a standard machine, right? But yeah, I get you. I get you, Bob. That's kind of where I was going. When I say industrial use, I really meant commercial use. Using it in an alteration shop or something like that versus straight up manufacturing, right? Um, and I've seen larger motors and I've seen larger sewing machines as well in some of the forums and online. I'm like, oh wow, yeah, that's some crazy stuff. Yeah, look the base. Yeah, the base looks the same, the whole 9 yards. Okay, folks, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go clean up my hands and try and look like I wasn't an auto mechanic all weekend long. Um, we got work tomorrow, so I gotta rearrange some stuff to do that. Um, but yeah, thanks everybody for being here. What is insane to me is the motor for my metal lathe is smaller than the sewing machine ones. Well, and be honest, if it's a newer metal lathe, then it's probably an efficiency thing. One. Um, and yeah, your metal lathe is also going to have a lot more gearing than one of these. Well, but yeah, so I think that's where I'm going to leave it at, folks. Um, if it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. Clean it, make it work. Um, if it's broke, grab a manual and fix it. Stop throwing things away. This has been a fun little project, and it's definitely it's got a family heirloom thing to it. So yeah, I definitely wanted to be careful with it, but definitely don't be afraid of going out and working on these. I've got another thing that we brought home that uh, Grandma has asked me to take a look at, which was her old stereo, and see if we can get that to work again. I don't know if it'll pick up any channels, but we'll try. Um, if you can't get a manual, make one. Well, that's the thing is there's manuals out there for these things. Like everybody's like, well, how'd you figure out when it was manufactured? Got a serial number. Look up the serial numbers. Right? I've got an old rifle that was Jen's father's, and we looked at the serial number, figured out what it was from the serial number, right? And the downside is some of these older things, the records are destroyed in fires. At the most, you know about the range that something was probably manufactured, but you may not know the model without looking at a bunch of other things. And in some cases, it um, wasn't modified since it was manufactured, right? It may look like something else, even though it was an aftermarket mod versus an original from the factory, right? So that's something you got to be careful of as well as people that have modded things to make them look like a more expensive, less commodity item. But yeah, I don't know if it was an old tube radio. I'm gonna have to look into it. It is an old Magnavox, like big console, crazy thingy, right? And yeah, I'll definitely be careful. That's the thing. I've got to look at it. I have no idea. I'll look at it and see what I can find and what I can do. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Like I said, it's a weird stream day for me. I wasn't planning on even streaming this long, but let's see who is up and running out there that we can jump over into and say hi. Um, or Mike Disney, Buana. Okay, so I see science is up, and we haven't been over to science in a hot minute. So I'm going to go ahead and raid over to science. Once again, thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you going on this journey with me. I know it's not 3D printing, though I did use 3D printing to help. But it's making in general, right? It's science, it's making, it's doing things with your hands and revitalizing. That I think is well worth the time spent. So thank you everybody for being here. We'll get back to something tomorrow. I don't know what, but we'll be back to doing something tomorrow. Um, I'll have to get my head wrapped around something that we can do tomorrow on stream. But once again, thank you everybody for being here. Um, you all take it easy. Have a have a good day. Be safe, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye now. And oh, it helps if I actually start the raid. There we go. We got the raid started. Got a short countdown, and then we'll raid out. Um, but thanks for being here, everybody. Take it easy, and join me on over at the science. Bye now. And if you're watching this on YouTube, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here and watching these videos and my ability to. Please like and subscribe. Click the bell. Make sure you get notified of new videos. And YouTube's going to suggest a video. Take care.